easier to do than the other. Now,
Or you're not gonna like the responses to this.
what do you mean? Because I already know what you're gonna say.
No, you're not. You're gonna make a whole bunch of assumptions, and it's not gonna be what you think it's gonna be.
Which
You've
one?
made some. You've made some sort of.
Which one? Which one?
What do you mean?
Which one?
Which one? What?
Come on. There's two of them.
I'm taking the first one.
Okay.
I can only do
Yeah,
one at a time.
you do not know. You actually don't know exactly what the moral foundation one is. You don't even know what that means. I do. Come on, be fair. I could start it off. What do you mean I'm not going to like the answers to it? There's no right or wrong to that, Edward. This isn't rocket science. I mean, can you imagine? It's like a personality test. How do you fail a personality test?
I didn't say I was gonna fail it. I said you're not gonna like the response. It's not gonna fit with the narrative you created.
Oh, I disagree. It will fit perfectly. By the way, the moral foundation test is utterly different than what you think, to be fair. Moral foundation is something very different, my friend. You know the difference, right?
I'm trying to do this fucking thing. Hold on.
I'll leave you be because you're going to be cooking for a while. I'd be wrong. Right. Now, if you answer it honestly, you might prove me wrong. Anyways, while he waits. See, right now he's taking the moral foundation test. It's going to be very interesting. Well, really, technically, moral foundation's actually 5 categories, not 6. But finding a 5 category is a very hard thing. And he says he's going to prove me wrong. But I have a high doubt. Now, it's a simple test. I recommend many people take it. It's pretty fun because it actually is a Jonathan Haidt. See, again, right and wrong is not on that. Because it's about. It's not a hard thing to understand. Hmm. Let's see about that one. See. Dead air. But. So, part one is that I just want to get the baseline of what his political stuff is. He says he's going to prove me wrong, but I have a high doubt he will. He could surprise me, but I have a high doubt. But Edward likes to think he's intelligent, but he isn't. Because on those tests, there's no right or wrong. Now, depending on how you look at it, there's people who think they're conservative score liberal. Surprisingly enough, it's a very complicated question. But I digress. Because you have to understand as well. It's like taking a personality test. Or some people disagree. Mm-hmm.
Matt. We shouldn't have done this on air.
I know. You're going to be really bad. You can share your screen. It's funny. You're going to be like the person, you know what it is? You're going to be like, you know what it is? You said you didn't know what moral foundations were, did you?
I didn't know what this fucking crackpot site you sent me to was, no.
You don't know what moral... You ever heard of Jonathan
I didn't
Haidt?
know what this pop psychology site you sent me to was. No, I didn't. I wasn't aware.
Do you know what who Jonathan Haidt is?
No.
Huh. Familiar with the fundamental foundations of people's beliefs or usually relate to core concepts? That's actually what that theory relates to, though. It's like a personality test kind of a thing, right? It's a little bit. Because how you answer some of those, it would be funny as hell. Because the conversations with you, it's either that or you're lying. One of the two. And you think I'll be shocked. I have a high doubt.
Or Tiamat, there's a third option where you are projecting and making assumptions and misreading the situation.
Oh, I have a high doubt. The problem is they don't test for progressivism on that one. It's only moderate libertarian and independent moderate and libertarian. Strangely enough. Because, look, because you didn't know what moral foundation was. But I've known about it for years. Because that's something. Because here's the thing about it, right? One's more simple. You're just trying to figure out if someone's a liberal or conservative, right? You act like it's an impossibility, right? You act like it's being proving me wrong, like, whoop-de-doo. It's actually checking your values more than anything else. Because let's assume your values line up a way. It says more about yourself. Because the only way you prove me wrong is
Hey, Tiamat, before I complete this quiz and tell you what my result is, I want to ask you something. And I want you to think about this. If you're in a debate, do you want to win that debate with ad hominems, or do you want to win that debate based on the strength of your argument?
honestly, I more or less prefer the tactics of. Look, I would rather have it be a discussion than anything else, but
Well,
let's
no,
be
okay. We're not
let's be
talking about a
clear.
discussion. We're talking about
If
a
we're
debate.
going off debates on points, I'll smoke you out with data because you have no data.
No. I'm not saying between you and me. I'm just saying, in general, hypothetically, is it better to win a debate based on the strength of your arguments or on ad hominem attacks?
Why is that a question?
Well,
Because if I wanted to be pointy and just there, right? You're like talking something along the lines of a discussion, like you
no,
basically.
not a discussion.
Because I haven't even gotten into the point where you weaponized your child.
Tiamat, we're not talking about a discussion. This is a hypothetical I want you to consider. In a debate, is it better to win on the strength of your arguments or on ad hominem attacks?
It depends on the kind of debate and discussion you're having. If you're going for the own, that's an entirely separate.
Okay. So let me put it to you this way, Tiamat. You asked me here to debate progressive values in media, correct?
Whether there's three parts. One is going to be the part.
Wait.
There's three
Okay,
parts.
say what you're
One
gonna
is
say.
part. One part's in government. This first part you're doing is establishing your character. That's an opening gambit. This makes it a lot easier because I know how you are. I've dealt with you enough.
Yeah.
But then see what you think you are and what you're perceived as are two different things. Because either A, you're lying, because I haven't even gotten to the point about your behavior. If I wanted to win on the back of not ad hominems, I can go off your pattern of behavior.
I think you've lost the point that we're discussing here, Tiamat.
Actually, not really.
I just
mean,
want
if I wanted to poison the well right now in the favor of me,
yeah,
I would do the character assassination, but I feel that's not needed.
that's not unneeded.
What?
Okay. Anyway, so here's my point with this, Tiamat. You asked me here to debate, correct? Progressivism in media.
I said progressivism
For some reason, before having that debate, you want me to complete this survey so that you can establish my character. The only reason I could think of this, I could think that you want to do this.
I laid this out. I could lay this. I laid this
you want
out.
to use it. You want to use it for ad hominem attacks. I can say before I even click on this, I probably think of myself more progressive than what this survey is going to actually reveal. Okay, I'm admitting that. That's on the table. We could just move on and have the debate. I don't know why you have to do this thing where
Do
we're
you
doing
call
some.
this
I'm
an
doing
ad
some sort of
hominem
survey.
attack? Asking what your moral
No,
foundations are?
no, but I think that's what you want to use it for.
I would
Alrighty.
rather actually.
Do you want to hear the results?
Yes.
What the fuck? How do these results? How they even? All right, care. All right, I got a 69 for care. Fairness, I got an 83. Liberty, I got a 67. Uh, in group, I got a 67. Purity, I got a 67. Sorry, purity, I got a 46. Authority, I got a 67. Did that? Did they? Did that conform with your ideas?
What's your highest?
My highest is fairness with an 83. Then pretty much care, in group, and authority. Sorry, care, liberty, in group,
You
and
said your
authority.
authority is low.
My authority is 67. Is
What's
that
your
low?
lowest? What's your lowest?
My lowest is purity.
So your lowest is impurity. At above below
Mhm.
4 is below 40.
No, it's above 40 at 46.
So it's below a thing.
It is below a thing. I
And what do
suppose
you say on
everything
care?
is
What do you
below
say on
a
harm?
thing.
What do you say on harm?
Is there a harm? Do you mean care?
Well, care and
Care,
harm are both are the
care
same.
is 69.
Okay. Fairness is 80.
Fairness, 83.
Uh-huh.
Liberty is 67. In group
Mm-hmm.
is 67. Purity, 46. Authority, 67.
Yeah, I figured you'd fail the purity.
Yeah, that's just because there's certain religious questions
You
relating to
say you
religion.
say that that was not beyond.
I say, I've said this to you, and I don't mind if you
It
hear
has
this.
nothing to do. It has nothing to do with
All
religion.
religions are made up. Oh, and
Would
I
you
think there was a
say?
question about casual sex. I said I don't care about that if it's two adults.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a question about something of some sort of sexual relations where no one's harmed, like incest between two consenting adults. I said I have no opinion about that. I think that's what lowered that score.
You think that?
I don't know. I haven't taken this survey before. I've never seen this before.
Do you
Anyway,
understand? Do
what
you
are your
understand?
results?
Do
What are your
you?
results for this?
I show up conservative.
Okay. How do you fucking find that? Where does it say conservative or what?
So conservatives show a consistency amongst all of them, where the realm
But
of very.
it doesn't come out with conservative or whatever. It just
So when your numbers are very much very similar, right?
mhm.
Either very high or very much in the realm. Like if I asked you, according to the moral foundations, what do you think is the difference between? See, by that, your fairness is very high and way above average.
That's right. I'm a very fair human being.
Fairness
I
is
top
right above that, right? So if you talk about, and it's probably a scale that needs to be adjusted. So let's
I
say,
think this is some pop psychology, not very scientific
do you not think you
um,
know why it's a theory? Because it
mumbo
comes from
jumbo.
the okay. Do you know what moral foundation theory is? Because you don't know who
Uh,
Jonathan Haidt is. I guess you should have. Basically, the guy was a social psychology
yeah,
based.
it's this
So it's
thing where there's a scale between like fucking like a scale between like good, bad, fucking fair, unfair, yada yada, right? It's something like that.
So there is, well, I should take it is most people think there's only like five, right? The idea. So I guess you do have six. Are you
Okay, this
familiar
is
with?
very boring.
Let me redefine this. This is why you might want to get up the compass tech, get out the plot point. I'm very curious on that one because while you're doing that, that's a little simpler for you. Most
But you want me
people
to
are
do another
familiar.
one?
There's the other one, right? Did you see the one that was more the straight political one?
Oh, all right, here we go. So you want me to do another survey in silence?
Well, to be fair, right? It's that one shorter. Let me explain the moral foundation. You might
Hang on,
understand.
how about I read them out? Okay, we'll read them out because it's the fucking radio and we've got to,
Yes,
you
you
know,
do it, or you could
read
show
shit
it.
out.
Yes, yes.
All right, start. There's a lot of ads on this. That's definitely a sign that this is a good website.
To be fair, you just use ad block like a normal human being.
Political coordinates test. Question 1 of 36. Some countries and civilizations are neutral enemies. Some countries and civilizations are neutral enemies. I'd strongly agree. Next. Prostitution should be legal. I'm going to go disagree slightly. Monarchy and aristocratic titles should be abolished. Strongly agree. Strong military is a better foreign policy tool than strong diplomacy. Somewhat disagree. Surveillance and counterterrorism programs have gone too far. Somewhat disagree. Or sorry, I should go back. Somewhat agree. My country should give more foreign and developmental aid to third world countries. Strongly agree. We need to increase taxes on industry out of concern for climate. Strongly agree. Equality is more important than economic growth. Somewhat agree. A country should never go to war without the support of the international community. Strongly agree. I don't think any country should go to war. Overall, the minimum no country should ever go to war unless there's some sort of human rights abuse they're stopping. Overall, the minimum wage does more harm than good. I don't know about that one. Government should set a cap on the wages of bankers and CEOs. Some would agree. The government should provide healthcare to its citizens free of charge. I'm in Australia. I strongly agree. Marijuana should be legal. Strongly agree. Actually, some would agree. Government spending with the aim of creating jobs is generally a good idea. Agree. Government should redistribute wealth from the rich to the poor. I have no opinion about that.
That's weird.
Medically assisted suicide should be legal. I'm going to say somewhat agree in very extreme cases.
By the way, why don't you add no opinion on the previous one about redistribution of wealth?
Because I don't think it's the government's job. I don't think it's the government's role to tell private citizens what to do.
Okay.
I think there should be social pressure on the rich to do this. I don't think it should be the government's job.
Yeah. Okay. Buy that. But do you believe the government should regulate bigger business and monopolies?
Monopolies should be, yes, they should be interfered with. Import tariffs on foreign products are a good way to protect jobs in my country. Someone agree. If people want to drive without a seatbelt, that should be their decision. I have no opinion. Capital punishment should be an option in some cases. Capital punishment. I haven't really thought about this, Tiamat, to tell you the truth. I'm going to say somewhat agree.
So it's a weird moral question.
There is
right?
at heart a conflict between the interests of business and the interests of society.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say agree. Rehabilitating criminals is more important than punishing them. Somewhat agree. Overall, labor unions do more harm than good. Strongly disagree. There are too many wasteful government programs. Disagree. It is legitimate for nations to privilege their own religion over others. I'm going to say strongly disagree because I don't think any religion should have any fucking influence. Okay. It almost never ends well when the government gets involved in business. Disagree. Western civilization has benefited more from Christianity than from any other ideas from ancient Greece. Disagree. If an immigrant wants to fly the flag of his own country on my country's soil, that's okay with me. Somewhat agree. The market is generally better at allocating resources than the government. Somewhat disagree. People who turn down a job should not be eligible for unemployment benefits from the government. I'm going to say this is somewhat disagree only because it depends on the job they turn down. Speculation on the stock exchange is less desirable than other kinds of economic activity. Strongly agree. Overall, security leaks like those perpetuated by Edward Snowden and WikiLeaks do more harm than good. I have no opinion. Some people and religions are generally more trouble than others. Some people and religions are generally more trouble than the others. Agree. Somewhat agree. Taxpayer money should not be spent on arts or sports. Somewhat disagree. Immigration to my country should be minimized and strictly controlled. Immigration to my country should be minimized and strictly somewhat agree. Actually, strongly agree. Homosexual couples should have all the same rights as heterosexual ones, including the right to adopt. Agree. Free trade is better for third world countries than developmental aid. I have no opinion because I honestly don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Your political coordinates are 55% left, 19% liberal.
Now, was that closer to authoritarian liberal towards the bottom?
It's closer towards the bottom, but it's pretty close to the middle, to tell you the truth. It's 2 coordinate points down from the middle. Right? I'm above Barack Obama. I'm very close to Barack Obama, but I'm closer to the middle than Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you think, how do you think I think you would have scored on that one?
I think you would have thought I was more to the extreme left side of things. Correct.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it depends it honestly depends on how far left you think Obama really was. But
well, I'm not saying it's got any. My results show that I'm near Barack Obama. I don't know where Barack Obama was. I'm just saying that's what it was. Okay. You asked me where you thought I would be. I said I thought you thought I would be closer to the left-hand side.
Now, to clarify,
I'm definitely
to
in
clarify
the
that
left.
though.
I'm in the left and I'm in the liberal, but I'm not on the extreme side of that scale, which is what I've been telling you pretty consistently.
Hmm. So, if you're talking into the point of you have two sides to Obama, and this is it goes back to an idea, right? Something we've discussed before. Something happened. Are you aware of something called the Overton window?
The Overton window is the fucking left, right, whatever, right?
Kind of it's a sliding scale, yes.
Hmm.
Now,
And as society progresses, the Overton window slides, moves with society, correct?
well, theoretically, the Overton window is a period. It usually has poles. It has, like, in theory, it's supposed to be one side is a left, one side is a right, and the other side is a middle. Now,
Hmm.
in
And
the
as a
U.S.,
society, we've gotten more liberal over time.
now, the thing is, it usually snaps back. Now, the funny part about it is the Overton window at one point was kicked over so far to the left, it's taken, what, 15 years to swing back to conservative?
Has it swinging back? Has it swung back to conservatives?
Well, when you think in the principle of conservatism, basically, yeah, it's taken a while. But it's the idea where if you took somebody, like take a YouTuber that I know of that's in Arch's circle, Short Fat Otaku,
Who?
right? Short Fat Otaku.
Okay, I
He
don't know who that is, but okay.
basically he is supposed he's an eternal fence sitter who likes sitting on the center of it.
Hmm.
Now, granted, that pole is going to split him in half and right up his ass. But the concept is, as a personal person, he doesn't realize that he is a left person. But then again, his views come from he was left leaning in the 90s. Well, late 90s, he was about 40 ish. You get the idea. And he basically, at some point, wants to project he's a centrist. But how do you project when you're a centrist on that scale if a scale is kicked over? Now, if it's artificially inflated or changed, because a lot of people who are conservatives, yeah, you could say lost out on a generation of leadership. If you do lose an election, there was consequences in the U.S. But I speak from a U.S. conservative and liberal idea because Dev will say he's a classical liberal. Now,
Okay.
a lot of times I will say, if I listen to someone like Kim, I see the same things I see in you and I see in others. And I don't call that things. I call that closer to far left. But he is also Canadian, which is a bit different too. But he does prefer the statist solution. So the idea is if the state doesn't say something, right? If the state says the official report, it doesn't matter. Which I'm sure, I hope you don't agree with, because the idea.
So what was your point? What was your point with the Overton window?
So the point is, right, from what I say, is you think it's a sliding scale. Do I think it changes in a generation and slightly moves? Like we are moving back towards conservative. It doesn't mean it's going to go back to far right wing. It's not going to go back before. It's just going to be a snap back. What do you think is like a prime example? Prime example of this.
What?
Obama gets elected. Then Trump gets elected. That's clearly something it tries to balance itself out.
Yeah.
Same way, basically. It's a little bit down that line, but when you realize a lot of stuff is so kicked so far to the section of society, it's taken that long to come back. And that's probably the core part why we disagree. Because, like, when we get into the parts, you will fully understand. When I say why progressives are bad, you will think it's different, but that's not the definition I use of progressives. Progressives are a party. They're not even a party. It's an idea. It's an idea that worms its way in.
Did you spell your name wrong on stream, guards? Did you miss the T?
I'll correct that. It's the realm. Thank you. I'll correct that. It's the morning. So what could I say? But think of it this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea. When we think of progressives, what do you think?
Mm.
What is your definition of a progressive?
What is my definition of a progressive? My definition of a progressive probably is someone who's generally open to new ideas, new social norms, new trends in society. That's probably my definition.
Okay. You're familiar. It goes back to the Enlightenment era and what then?
You're just talking about the etymology of the word?
Or what the philosophy is.
Okay.
Even though it's roughly changed, right? Think about it. The idea it's changed over the years, but the idea is last century it popped up in progressivism is a movement. As you can see, right? Think of it as a scale. Remember I told you? The most of us are familiar with it around when Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, right? It stayed in rough power in the United States until about the 1930s, 1940s. FDR was the last one who really was testing it.
You're chopping up a lot, man.
So, okay. So,
You're
I
breaking
say,
up quite a bit.
let me test something. Hold on.
What is this website? What are you looking at?
You ever seen this? Is well, Wikipedia is an easy way to look. Maybe not the most correct, but are you aware? Usually. So, let's say something in theory, right? We're talking about definitions. Now, I've told you about what Wilson did in your thinking policies. I think what you talk about what is center left. Now, in reality, Teddy Roosevelt's thought of as a really good leader, same as Woodrow Wilson, but it left to a very much. What's really weird about it is the way it survives, right? This is a really big one when you look at it. We'll see. This is why. Now, do you agree with this one particular statement?
Tiamat, stop.
You don't
Stop.
like it. You're coping.
Are you breaking up or can I not hear you?
Can you not hear me or no? Test. Oh. Could be your internet, not mine. One. You good, Edward?
Yeah, you're better now.
Ah. Now.
What caused that?
No idea. Welcome to StreamYard. Could be you, could be my internet, could be anything. Could be the you don't pay your internet bill. Could be also you're just never know. Computer systems. Audio is a fun thing.
When are we going to get to the point of the debate?
We shall. I'm just establishing facts, data right now.
Mm-hmm.
So would you agree with this definition?
I didn't hear you say anything. You'll have to repeat it.
In the 21st century, progressives continue to favor public policies that theorize, reduce, or lessen harm effects of economic inequality, as well as systematic discrimination, such as institutional racism, to advocate for social safety nets, workers' rights, to oppose corporate influence on the democratic process. The unifying theme is to call the negative impacts of current institutions or ways of doing things to advocate for social progress, i.e., change, positive change, as
I
defined
probably
by
largely agree with that statement. Yes.
several standards such as expansion of democracy, increased egalitarianism in the form of economic and social inequality, as well as
Is this
well-being of
Wikipedia?
population. Well, it's generic, but if you want to get into the one, I
No, no.
mean,
Is this website
it's
Wikipedia?
not as, yes, it's not as what you think on. I would dare say it's a bastardized version. Now, when I think of progressivism, I think of something that it starts off well meaning. See, it says to impose corporate influence, but the funny part about it is, who do you think promotes it?
Who do I think promotes progressive values? Is that the question?
Who do you think is one of the leading proponents of it?
Of progressivism.
Well, see, I kind of gave you the answer. It says corporate. It says corporate opposes it,
Mhm.
but what if I told you within the last 20 years, well, technically it's been popping up since, I think, arguable since before ground bed was laid for over a generation plus. I mean, you fell for it.
All right, that made no sense. Wait, what? Repeat that sentence.
So progressivism, right, is now in the current platform of what the Democrats' policies or liberal policies in the world.
Yeah.
Now, largely enough, but who is backing those policies more, do you think? There's two organizations.
Which two organizations are backing the
Do you
Democrats'
think? They're very simple. Do you know which one they are?
platform of progressive values?
Who do you
I don't
think is
know. I
who
don't
do you
know.
think's been pushing ideologies such as that for a while?
I don't know. I'm not an American. You tell me.
Well, you have to be American to know this. Think and think, Edward.
You want me to specifically say who has been influencing the Democrats' policies
Who
just
do
as it
you
relates to progressive?
what do you think has been the leading pusher of it for the last 15 to 20 years?
The leading pusher of. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know, Tiamat.
Why?
Do you want me to say what do you want me to say? The media? Is that it?
It's a start, but you could go deeper than that.
And
You
you
should
want me to say
be
something like big tech or some shit like that?
you should see the obvious answer. Do you not think that's the case? Do you disagree?
Do I disagree with what I just said?
So, I would testify it is interest groups combined with social media, especially in the last decade. Now, if you go
Yeah,
back a little further, right?
yeah,
I know you I know you think Tim Pool's a Russian agent now, but
yeah. Well,
he
he was taking
initial
money from Russia.
and that's largely a bullshit story, but details. They
Okay,
around
Tiamat, stop. I don't want this point to get lost in what you're saying.
uh
Tell me, who do you think was funding or promoting the Democrats' progressive
I think
values
basically there was
policy?
a I do think there was a shift in what
Yeah,
they deemed their platform around before. As I said, more noticeable right when Obama got elected. But the
No,
ground
Tiamat, stop. Just
bedworm.
answer the question. I want an answer to this because I want to know where you're
I
coming
am
from.
answering it. You are going to say, I think they did. I think a lot of their think tanks, their strategy, and it led to a worldwide. Now, do I think social media and interest groups are the leading pushers of it? Potentially. Now, if I asked you, do you know what a think tank is?
A think tank is like a group of fucking people that get together to fucking come up with theories and ideas about how to achieve something.
Okay, you are correct on that. What if I told you? What if I
Yeah.
told you? And this is a story I wish I could find. I've heard it, and I've heard it multiple times, and it's one of the stories that's lingered for a while. There was some people, not early in the internet, but around 2012 and about it was around 2012, about 2013 mainly. Tim Pool covered the
Yeah.
story at one time back then, and
Who Tim Pool did.
this was back when people on internet were like, "Why are search terms coming up? Why are the algorithms changing, and why?" Like you didn't see intersectionality, you didn't see a lot of terms being
Yeah. And
used.
you also didn't see terms like fake news and shit like that.
Well,
Language
what's
changes.
funny is when you saw this pop up and the websites that were tracking it, they go, "Why were we told to say it?" Then other people caught on, and then there was other parts. It was not pushed, would you say, roughly maybe as early as 2010, but it was more about 12 to 14 is when you saw a big spike in it. Now, largely enough, if you want to get into it, it has been the media combined with places like Twitter and probably combined like tech.
A big spike in certain terms. Wait.
Uh huh.
Stop. I want to clarify what you just said.
Yes. Buzzwords, basically.
So around 2012, 2014,
Yeah.
you observed a big spike in certain words
I observed
in
it.
search results.
Most people did. You either see it in search results, you would
Okay,
see it,
but
and
that's
then
the
most
nature
of.
of buzzwords.
But here's one part of
They
it, though.
become popular.
Someone was
They're
actually
used for
putting
a
their
short
finger.
period of time, then they disappear.
Someone was using their still, because if you do it, you can probably go back, and it's one of those things. If you go back, you can find it. But why is that? Do you think? Why was it certain of the buzzwords started trending upwards with suppression of others, Edward? Why do you think?
Repeat the question.
So, in this period, right? What happened all around this time period? What was happening? You were coming to the end of the Obama presidency, but a lot of stuff was there. You still had changes in
Why
social
did
media.
buzzwords start to trend upwards?
Why did social justice and intersectionality buzzwords start around then?
Uh
You started seeing them a
why
lot
did buzzword? Are
more.
you asking me why buzzwords become popular?
Why do you think there was a push right after? I mean, granted, right? If you're talking
2012,
certain,
2014.
so you're talking maybe as early as 2010, but you're talking more what happened because as I said, it's a cultural period. It's not that the fact Obama got elected, right? Because what came with him, as you can say, as goes the United States, goes the section of the world or large sections. You also had but then again,
Tiamat,
the writer
ask
strike.
Tiamat,
Yes,
ask your chat if you're roboting or I am.
I'm not roboting unless it's just. Grounded, you can hear me fine, right? It's late for you, yes. He's a fellow
Yeah, I
Australian.
can't really hear you, dude.
If are you grounded? Double conversation so far. Let me know if there's any sound issues. Must be something with his headset. What's going with him either? I don't know. Sound issues are interesting. Yeah. Hold on a sec. Could be internet. Okay. Hold on a sec. Fine. God, I hear fine at all. But could be both, you know? Who knows? StreamYards is a weird thing. It was working fine on Discord earlier. Yeah, that might just be a sound thing that occurs. Happens. Yes, StreamYards is a pain in the ass royally. I hate it. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes not. Sometimes it's mic related. You good, Edward?
Yeah, your chat says it's you, Tiamat.
Well, to be fair, yes, it does. So I need to actually expand more, just a little bit of money. So what I'm saying, right, when you're talking about buzzwords and you're trying to actually change your culture, you start
Who's
off.
trying to change the culture?
If you are trying to influence a culture or do what you do, right? People think you want to make a change. It's not that people hate progressives for a reason. They despise progressives because the idea, right, is when you are clearly a left-leaning guy and you view it. Because if I ask you this, on a moral foundation scale, do you, of the categories, right, conservatives are usually well balanced, meaning where, like, if I get asked, would you sacrifice power or individuality to protect against terrorism? I would say, and it's only limited, I would say it's acceptable. Okay. You got to understand where there's flexibility. But when you're dealing with liberals, right? Are you familiar with the God Emperor
Tiamat, listen. I think this is a very redundant line of questioning.
Do you think it's redundant?
I have admitted.
Let me conduct a test.
No, stop. Just let me finish one thought, okay?
Yes.
I've admitted that I'm a left-leaning liberal person. For some reason, you want to keep coming back to this idea that conservatives are one way and left-leaning liberals are a different
I'm just making a point. I
Okay.
just want to make this. I just want to say a statement, right? Because this is where we fundamentally disagree, right? Now, let me think about this. Are you familiar with the God Emperor Trump float?
The God Emperor Trump float. Are you asking me about a meme? Do you want me to comment on the meme?
Do you mean a meme of why?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Trump, God Emperor Trump. Make your point.
Very simple, right?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with how it's... Do you understand the artist meant that is own on conservatives, but because of the fundamental disagreements they have?
Well, That's the thing about art and stuff, Tiamat.
Do
Sometimes
you think it's
the
about
author
art?
doesn't. I'm just making a point in general. Whoever made this God Emperor Trump float, sometimes the art takes a life on beyond the artist. Look at fucking Pepe the Frog, right? The comic illustrator that came up with that cartoon character, he's one of the most left leaning people in the world, and he's Garfield, his frog out of his comic became a symbol of the alt right. Okay, I don't
Oh,
think
don't
this
tell
would.
me you prescribe to that. That's bullshit. God,
Are
are you
you
one
are
of
you
those
saying that?
people? Are you one of those people, Doge? The Doge became a symbol of the alt right?
No, but I don't think there's any denying that Pepe became an alt right meme.
It was a troll meme.
Yeah, I agree. It was a troll meme, but it was still adopted by the alt right.
So the funny part
And
about the
Tiamat,
yes.
here's the thing. I also don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think memes have a life of their own,
Uh-huh.
and once they're out in the world, it doesn't matter what happens to them, right? If
Yeah.
the alt right wanted to adopt it, that's fine.
So do
But my
you
greater point is,
uh-huh.
I don't know what you're trying to say with this God Emperor
So
Trump thing.
so is it odd that in an agreement, this is just establishing a base, that if I'm as me as a conservative person, if I see some of your ideas as foreign, it's because I don't think you live in a real planet. It's because of the parameters on the moral foundations. We might only agree
All right,
on
Tiamat.
two
Okay,
out of five.
let's discuss that. Okay, you think that some of my ideas, I don't live on this planet for some of those ideas.
No, I'm just saying, do you know why conservatives and liberals mostly disagree with the way stuff works now? You don't have any middle ground. Because when you look at a conservative or a person who believes and leans conservative or independent, they don't share anything in common with that side. That is a very fundamental because that's why I was gonna. It's not a gotcha on it earlier because I was just seeing that because civility is where it is. Where my point is because if let's say you value social justice or fairness more stuff like that, that is very different, and then that's a super high for you because if you look at the way progressives work in the US and they have worked for the last decade, they do not care about fixing the system. Because if I charge right now, because the first part, this is why I said the second part, is getting into
Hang
how
on,
it's
hang on,
actually
hang on, hang on,
governed.
hang on. You think progressives don't want to fix the system?
No, I don't think so. I think they want to fix it the way
But
they want.
aren't progressives after things like
I don't think liberals do
um,
it either. I
progressives
think
want look at your healthcare system. Do progressives want that to be fixed, or do conservatives want that to be fixed?
I mean, to be fair, what will be looking at the afford? You're talking about ACH.
I don't know what that is. I'm just talking about your American healthcare system
I
in general,
mean,
right?
okay, right? Hypothetically, fixing the healthcare
Mhm.
system would have been fine. I remember when ACH was passed.
These are the problems I see with America right now that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
healthcare, the cost of healthcare, the cost of higher education.
What
Okay, they
about
are
in your
one of
own
the.
country?
We've got we've got government healthcare.
Okay. So,
We have
how many people do
subsidized
you have in
higher.
your country? As I look up, like you said, like what, they're 26 million, 34 million, something like that?
I think it's about 26 million.
So if you're like 26 million, you're roughly the size of some of our small cities, our large cities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like it's like basically Israel basically bitching about something in terms it's the size of New York.
yeah.
Like think of
But
it this
T-Man,
way.
I mentioned this last time we spoke. Australia, it's a lot. It's very, very different to America geographically. We
Yeah.
have very highly populated urban centers, then we have a massive desert in the middle of our country.
True, you're basically like, it's what I would say in theory is a realm of maybe uninhabitability, but bear in mind it ain't the only place in the US. We have places like that too. I mean, Russia theoretically is one of the biggest nations in the world.
Okay.
Yes.
Whatever the point of the population thing is, I agree. We're a smaller population. Okay.
Yeah.
We're also lucky because we have certain mineral fucking mining,
Yeah.
mineral deposits and mining things that make us lucky because we have certain wealth generated from that part of the country.
You guys got your
So
own Siberia, probably.
I don't know what that
Michigan.
means. I don't think you know what that means. But anyway,
Do you, what I mean by your own site? Like if I asked you, right? How many people do you think live in Siberia?
I don't know. I think it's irrelevant. But
It's not irrelevant. It's like half when you think the USSR was one of the largest nations, half of Russia is an unforbiddable wasteland
yeah,
that people can't live in, and all it is for resources.
yeah. So yeah, you're right. That's kind of like what Australia is. Lots of resources,
So
not many people.
basically, that's the idea. And so when you think of the frozen tundra that is most of Russia or what was the Soviet Union, it was largely blasted tundra,
Hmm.
which has minerals that they were basically left over from volcanic deposits.
Okay.
So my thing too is when you got to think about social policies compared to the U.S., right? And this is what I see you, Stray Beans, and others seem to have different values than us. Do you know why social policies do not go that would work where you work don't work here?
Are you gonna say because of population density?
That's part of it. But what do you think what do you think the main part of this?
I think it's. I honestly think it's because of the American mindset of American exceptionalism that makes you think like government help is a dirty thing.
Hmm. So in the US, as much as it is about population density, it has probably, let's say, tribalism, right? Like if I ask you, you ask about healthcare. Now, if I ask you,
How
do
is
you know
healthcare
do you know when we
how is
started your
healthcare a tribalism issue?
I say it's part tribalism, but it's also part of something trial and error for us to fix as well because of our system. Because we do have, well, first off, most states have um, basically back in the 90s, right? You're old enough to remember, you may not know this. Most people don't remember TennCare. TennCare was Tennessee Care that Hillary Clinton tried to put forth and was going to spread it to the rest of the nation, right? ACH, right? AHC. That was actually the first, or whatever. That was, under Obama was the first one that was mostly a comprehensive reform. Romney Care was another, was of course in Massachusetts. Now the problem is when you're dealing with it, right? A lot of states, the unironic part is we have, let's say, New York, right? You're in New York City. You get injured there, but your coverage is in New Jersey, right? You could maybe get a cheaper healthcare plan, but you live in New York. You live, you know, you're far away. There is laws that forbid a insurance from covering it going over to the state because of state borders. Did you know
Yeah,
that?
Tiamat. Tiamat. let me explain stuff to you.
Mhm.
As an Australian, this sounds so regressive and backwards to me. We just have a national healthcare system where if you get injured or have a problem, you go to
We
hospital.
have that. We have that here too. Believe it or not.
After we go to hospital, we don't have to have, if you got private health insurance, you can go to a private health facility and get, some special treatment. If not, you just go into the national healthcare system and you get taken care of pretty
Now,
quickly.
what is your weight on a specialist?
Well, honestly, I don't know. It depends. Like, there's certain elective surgeries and shit. I'm sure it takes a long time, but in general, like our health system's very good. We get treated very quickly.
Okay, I mean it's
There's no
good for
problems at
your.
all.
I'm not. That's when you talk about the. Now, what's funny
All
is
right,
when you did
but
you did yes.
Tiamat, this thing where you're describing this fucking level of analysis and thought and concern that you have about what state you could be in to get what level of treatment in
Hmm.
hospital is insane. Okay, it is a human right that you should be
Yes.
treated in hospital if you're injured. If you have some sort of health problem, you get treatment, right? And you shouldn't be uh, bankrupted. Your family shouldn't be bankrupted if you can't afford the hospital bill.
Now you know what's funny too.
All
By
right,
the
but
way,
Tiamat,
no.
let me say one other thing. All right,
Hmm.
I think a lot of America's problems, a lot of the civil discord, a lot of the civil unrest is because of this insane economic pressure your country has put on its people. This constant paranoia and fear that you and your family could be forever financially crippled by one thing that's outside of your control is what causes a lot of Americans to go nuts and become paranoid and to fall for certain fucking um, jingoistic fucking political
I
ideas
don't
that
think
aren't
that's the case at
necessarily.
all. I really don't. I think there was a legit movement at some point when you have a younger generation. Prime example. We are coming up on. We just had the anniversary of 9/11 this month,
Mhm.
right? How many
Yeah.
people do you actually think know what that means?
How many people do I think know what 9/11 means?
Like, if you ask in a poll in the modern US, do you think people know what the average age we are getting far removed from that and what happened with 9/11?
Well, I think anybody that was at least 10 years old in 2001 is uh, 100% aware of 9/11. If
Yeah.
they had any sort of awareness on 9/11, they're aware of it.
Hmm.
So, are you talking about like the generation born after 2001? Because you know what? I'm a teacher, and you know what? They're aware of it. They don't really understand the seriousness of it, but that's
The
just the
further
progression of time.
the further you get away from something, you don't understand its meaning.
Yeah.
And who do you think? Because if, to loop around, you're a teacher and the idea, we have teachers who actually fundamentally went back into teaching because the people who became not the, I wouldn't call the godfathers of modern social progressive engineering or teaching of it. The
Hmm.
idea is they went into teaching, and let's say their students have students at this point that now are in classrooms as teachers. Because I do not know how much you know of certain stuff, right?
Isn't
Because
isn't
it's,
that an insane idea though? Of course,
what do you mean
teachers.
generational change?
Of course, teachers were students at some point.
No,
Isn't
what
that
I'm
self-evident?
saying is I think you have a degrading or attack on an institution where they get into it.
I
Now,
think
if you're
the
going to
problem with the
influence the
American
youth,
education system, Tiamat, the
uh-huh.
problem with your education system is that teachers are not paid enough and there's not enough respect given to teachers.
Who started that?
I don't know. You tell me.
Wasn't conservatives.
Okay.
It was, so think of it this way. If I ask you as a teacher, would you do you agree with the statement that the youth is the future?
Do I agree with that bland platitude? Yes, I do.
Why is that partly true? Or mostly true?
That the children are the future
Children of the future, yes.
because this is reality and people will die and the next generation will take over.
Now, how do you teach how do you teach the generation?
How do you teach the generation?
Yes.
Well, as a teacher, I teach them my curriculum
Your curriculum, yes.
and I suppose I model good behavior.
Does it end there?
And I try and model good behavior.
Now, what do you think when you see stuff like CRT that was introduced into schools, or people wanted to introduce stuff like that into kids? Was it the was it blanking on the project right now? Oh god, it's one of those moments of not thinking. It's the project that the 1619 project. They try to put that into schools to alter the history being taught, like in the U.S., that it was
Mm-hmm.
fundamentally founded on slave trade,
Mm-hmm.
etc. And going back and putting CRT into schools.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that is a acceptable call, or do you keep that out of the classroom and maybe wo- work it around later when they're more formidable and understand it?
You know what, Tiamat? I think that's a very loaded question. Right.
Why is that loaded?
I'm not trying to be tricky.
Why is that loaded?
I'm not trying to be tricky and I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha or anything like that. I think
I can
teaching
defend that
CRT,
position.
well, Tiamat, you got to let me talk, okay? Because I'm not even disagreeing with you right now. I think there is a certain level of national identity and pride, national pride, that a country needs, that people need, okay? And I think something like CRT does damage that in people, okay?
Yep.
So that's one part of it. On the other hand, though, you can't deny that America, large parts of America, were based on slavery. A lot of the industry, a lot of things were developed off the back of slaves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay,
It's your
so I
opinion.
think ultimately, it is a very tricky topic to discuss. It shouldn't be ignored, right? CRT shouldn't be ignored, right? But on the other hand, like I'm saying, there is like a part of national identity that you just can't like get rid of that overnight and try and like sweep it under the rug because that's not how society works and that's not how reality works,
So again,
right?
this brings
But
when you have a change though. If
I
you
think
are
ultimately
doing
though,
indoctrination,
is that
if
really
you
indoctrination?
look, if you're going into a slanted, right? You brought up Nash. See, Are you familiar with Yuri Blazhenov? Or
Nope.
Blazhenov? So,
Nope.
ex-KGB agent was responsible for flipping India to communism, and for a period in the 60s and the 70s, largely defected, hitting Canada, but he was largely around 85. And I recommend people if they've never seen me to look back through that. He himself, right? Say, so if I asked you, how do you think the KGB and the Soviets flipped the nation?
Flipped India.
Yes. Well, technically, when you're just flipping a government or flipping people towards a ideology, and they flipped around towards a communist state or towards Russia, it took subversion. How do you think they do it?
I don't know. You tell me.
So, it takes influence. It takes a process about 10 to 15 years, roughly. Now,
Hmm.
the funny part about it is when it's not the small plots. People would always figure the KGB would do stuff. It's not about blowing up trains. It's nothing like that. It's subtly about inverting or subverting a populace. Like
Hmm.
something, maybe insert a professor, bring someone over. Uh, Prime example in modern history, right? I don't know if you know about this. The Black Lives Matter founders were those, and some of those are professors were called. They themselves were trained Marxist, that type of idea. But Yuri Blazhenov talked about it years ago. They would actually, he goes, you first flip them off their history, take them from their national identity, get them on the
Hmm.
gender studies, maybe arts. Now, this was done. This playbook is not old. It's not new at all. It's very old. It's something around. But he also realized the American liberal, the American radical, by far, because he himself admitted it was very hard for the Soviets to beat the Americans because of a strong nationality, a strong national tradition. So, how
Hmm.
do you attack a national tradition? Do you change it or do you go after it? That is what you're seeing in the modern era that they've been chipping away at. Now it's coming back very slowly, but it's taken a decade, but you're seeing it. It's not the fact you
Okay.
can't get an agenda. Because
All
when
right.
I asked
Tiamat.
about, we you
Tiamat.
say about
Tiamat.
Sia, I'm going to have to do the
All right.
coping and seething song on you. You was a teacher, right? You were said
Tiamat.
agree. You
Tiamat.
agree.
Shh, 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 shh.
I
You're
have a
talking
mute button.
about.
I will use it.
You're talking about Russia influencing the national identity of countries to introduce their agenda. Correct.
Anyone
That's what
does it,
happened.
but
That's
they
what's happened
do.
in India. Are you saying that's what happened in India?
That's what happened in India
All right,
for a
Tiamat.
period, and
Tiamat.
that's what happened to others.
What has the Department of Justice just said Russia was doing with right wing commentators?
What were they doing in 2016? Do you know?
No, 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 no. Well, we can get back to 2016 in a second. But what did the Department of Justice just reveal was happening with
This is
Tim
your
Pool's?
go-to line, right? Because if you want to take a thinking taking contracts is very similar to when the floodgates were opened to that period of time. Because what actually happened in 2016, if you did not know, and the SM hearings that followed, it's easier and more surprising than you think. Because if you're
Okay.
talking
But
about,
what did the Department of Justice just reveal was happening on YouTube
you tell
with
me, you
right wing
tell me,
channels?
because I know what
Russia
was.
Russia was paying
Where did you
commentators,
get that
right?
from? Because I know the
The
source you got
Department
it
of
from.
Justice.
Whose video did you get that from?
I read
Pillar
the
of
department.
stupidity. Pillar of
No,
retardation.
no, 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 no.
Yes, you did. Pillar
It
of I am not a British socialist person who's basically said, yeah, no, that's the only people who believe it. You know where I first heard
Tiamat.
it? Do
It
you know where?
comes from the Department of Justice.
Oh,
You
Jesus
can
Christ.
read their indictment.
Oh, Jesus Christ. God. This is why I was going to have the coping and seething song for you. Bad habit of yours, Edward. I knew about the Tenet story long before you did. How? It came up in the damn hearings when the FBI had hearings before on the Trump assassination and in June. Going back, it's a nothing burger distraction story when you get somebody who only people like you who are a damn NPC run with that narrative to smear Tim Pool, and you can be like Pillar of Garbage, who is a dumbass and repeats that story. Dane, who has 5 brain cells, believes that's true. Now, if you want to get the true story on how they have been, you need to go back and look at what they did in 2016. Because I can guarantee you, if you can go back and check this yourself, Edward, because I don't know you do. I know you don't do research. I hate using power like this. You don't do research. You take like a Pillar of Garbage video, Dane, somebody you think it's a trusted source. You go, Dane's a trusted source. Dude, I can show you the FBI numbers
Tiamat.
when you get in
The
there.
the Department of Justice has demonstrated a paper trail and a money trail from
How much do
Russia to
you
these
think?
people.
Yeah, by the way, how much do you think it actually influences?
Excuse me? What?
How much of it do you think influences?
The what influences who? The money influences them,
How
or what?
much of an impact do you think it has?
the the money that I was just talking about? All these right wing people.
Okay, you're talking who? Again, you're talking to a person who looks at conservative media. Who? I didn't see it, now did I?
Tiamat, you've genuinely lost me. I don't know what you're trying to say.
You've lost me too because you don't know shit about it. If you want to do it, you need to go in, and I can guarantee you.
I'm asking you to just clarify what you said.
I said which conservative people. By the way, if you call Tim Pool a conservative, you're a retard.
Mm-hmm.
You call Tim Pool conservative, right? Yeah, that's you immediately proven an idiot. The man is about as conservative as a fucking doorknob. But
Tiamat, did you see the clips where Tim Pool was ranting and raving and saying the Ukraine is the enemy of America?
again, do you think I've cared about Tim Pool when I realized what he is?
What did you realize he was?
I realized what he was years ago.
Okay, tell me what you realized he is.
An editorial journalist who thinks he can run a podcast and therefore wants to become a news story. The man made his fame on the back of going to Wall Street, the Wall Street protests, and he is undoubtedly a basically independent that leans towards a liberal slant that he is not a conservative. He is basically what a person calls a person. a person who runs a website. He's just a guy who runs a
Tiamat,
podcast.
Tiamat, this
He's
is
not
what
a
I think
news
he is.
outlet. He is not a news outlet. He is
I
a
agree.
person who
He's not a
covers.
news outlet.
But you want to say because if you
I
realize Tim
agree,
Pool, right, is
Tiamat.
an editorial person.
Yeah, Tiamat, let me talk for a sec, right?
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. Right? I agree. Tim Pool is not a news outlet.
No.
Okay?
He never was. He's
Wait.
now you can consider. Hold on a second.
Let me
Continue.
finish my
You let you
comments,
do it.
Tiamat.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, I agree with you. He's not a news outlet. What I think Tim Pool is at the moment is just one of those YouTube algorithm writers. I think he's a outrage farmer. Okay?
Okay.
I think that's what he's interested in.
Yep.
The amount of times he said that civil war is imminent in America is ridiculous. I think he's all he does is anger up the blood in America, if you get what I mean, right? I think that's what he does. Farms outrage and anger. Do you agree with that?
Now, do I think people like him? There's a
So you
lot
don't
of
agree with
people.
what I just said?
No, I think you have people like him. Like I haven't watched. I'll be honest with you. I watch a Tim Pool video like once, maybe a month. I'll watch it for 5 minutes, see if he says something relevant. Supposedly, he had something that was like a headline, which is like the tagline. And I listened. I'm like, well, Trump's shooter was the Secret Service was told to pull back. Okay. Yeah. I don't, it's not that I don't believe it. I don't take him as a grain of salt because if you want to get into how media is portrayed on YouTube, you have a bunch of people who run podcasts like that do think they do. Like I can name more left ones.
All right, T-Matt. Okay.
Yes. You
Let's
want to
just
fight that and
summarize.
say
Let's just summarize where we're at right now. Okay. You made the point that foreign bodies, foreign entities, try to influence a nation's identity through the media. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that
they
where you're
can,
trying to
but
get
they have
to?
very little impact if you want to be honest. Because you
But
could
is that
base it.
was that the point you were trying to make with the India communist thing?
No, I said that is a process of indoctrination. You seem to miss my point. If you're changing around a generation, it takes small steps. It doesn't take big ones. It takes 10 years. Now, but it takes damaging a generation. I mean, hell, half the people what you would call, let's say as a teacher, right? I don't know if you see this, man, much we see this in the US, right? There's teachers who are teaching, right? They're clear leftist. They don't like Trump. They don't like conservatives, but they want to enforce that on their students. They don't wait till college. They started in high school. They started in elementary school. They will lecture their conservative students. Do you think that's
I've been
correct?
I've been a teacher for 15 years.
Yeah.
I have seen very little evidence of teachers offering any sort of political, ideological influence, overt influence at schools in my time.
In your area and probably that.
Okay.
But you do see them
I'm
here.
not saying it doesn't happen.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I don't think it's on the scale and as serious as what you seem to think it is.
Now, in the US,
and let me just make another point, okay?
Yes.
Right. So one of the things with Tim Pool and Tenet Media and Russia Today, right? One of the things they were like, one of the objectives of Russia Today was just to get Tim Pool to say random inflammatory shit that made people angry.
Are you gonna tell me that you didn't realize what RT was for years?
All right,
You remember what I
you can
said
get to that
about
point
that?
in a sec. Get to that point in a sec. But I just want to finish this thing, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that Russia today was interested in is just getting these YouTube commentators to say shit that got people pissed off. In
And
my
part of it was
experience,
part of it's not
in my
necessary.
experience, the narrative of teachers indoctrinating students are one of those things. Okay, what point were you going to make?
So when you're talking about that in the modern, right? Think of RT, right? Do you know, like, if I ask you, how long do you think RT has been around?
Our team's been around for a long, long time. It was like an institution in Russia for a long
Well, how
time.
long do you think it's
It
been
would
a thing in the West?
in the West. I'm going to say 40 years.
So in modern digital, right? If I
Mm.
go and look this up, right? How long has RT been around? I think I've seen them around as far as I've seen Shank Yuger on freaking YouTube.
Yeah.
Like,
So did you not know the answer to the question you just asked?
like, do you think that we didn't know that they were a political arm of Russia for 10, 15 years?
Yes, we knew about it. That's why they were cancelled. That's why they were banned from YouTube in America. And that's why the Department of Justice's fucking expose or indictments were a serious thing because they were interventing into, you know, getting around that ban.
So, do you take if anything said by Al Jazeera is a legit thing in the West, or is it not propaganda for them?
I don't know. Al
I mean,
Jazeera, like Al Jazeera, like I honestly don't. I'm not familiar with Al Jazeera, but I do know like they are a very big media fucking entity, right? I think they
no.
do some legit. I think they do some legitimate reporting, but I also think they've got clear biases and objectives.
You don't think they have a bias, and you don't think when on
I
YouTube,
just I
right?
just said they do.
Right. Okay. So again, just for a year, like, so if you think in the US and in Western media, when you saw the Russian stuff, and I'm going to say this officially and we'll move on to the other, to 2016, because I'd love to see your take on that, because I can kind of tell exactly what happened there, because I do know the social media hearings. When you look at a channel spouting something, and if you don't fact check that channel, or let's say it comes from Russia, let's say it's Chinese influence, which knows how to do information. Al Jazeera in the West has very hardly been trusted because you got to look at it, right? Because, like in Australia, you have Sky News. It's not exactly Fox News, but it's close. Over there, they have a big network. Al Jazeera is the political arm information outlet, kind of like Univision or Telemundo is for Mexicans and Latinos. They do what they do for their side and have been doing it for years. Al Jazeera has been doing it. Russia Today was doing it. I'm actually surprised anyone remembers them. They've been around YouTube for like 10 plus years. They've been around
Hmm.
for ages. We recognize them for what they were. Do you think it's about time? And by the way, if you want to go into the whole impact of Lauren Shin has been thought of as a Chinese agent for years. I
Well,
knew this.
it turns out she was an agent of Russia, so
To
and
be
she knew where the
fair,
money
right?
came from.
She's been doing worse. But when you go and look at 2016, and we're talking about influencing, right? The social media hearings were very interesting. This is when Jack Dorsey was the head of Twitter. You had Zuckerberg, the head of Facebook, more publicly and then others. They hauled them in before Congress. This was like right before we were going to have Section 230 reform. Do you know what Section 230 is?
No.
Okay. Section 230 of the FCC Act. Do you know the difference between a platform and a publisher?
Yes.
What is the difference?
A platform can't be held responsible for the opinions expressed on it, where a publisher can.
What's the other side of it?
I don't know.
So, if someone declares themselves a platform, one should have less censorship and not as much privatized. Basically, think of if you declare yourself a platform, it's kind of like a 501c3 that's a political. It has a different rules than a charity, stuff like that. Let's say like a forum is a public platform. It should be more open and less regulated as a private. But let's say the way Twitter is now,
Yeah.
it's private. It's a private platform.
Uh-huh.
YouTube straddles that line, right? YouTube is both, but they have actually screwed up at one point and called themselves a publisher. Now, largely, if we talk about a media. So what wound up happening was when they asked these people who was the people and how did they get in, they were throwing...
Hang on. Asked who?
They asked Jack Dorsey. I think he was the head of Alphabet, the head of Google. They had YouTube people that were there as well.
Yeah.
Every social media. Basically, right, Facebook had to admit that they let bot farms get in. Now, as of this year, we caught more bot farms. Now, the problem itself is that's a little bit, but harder to catch 100%, but they caught really bad ones. But back then, they didn't know. And the problem was they were spreading stuff on both. Now, little did the American public know when they got officially charged by Mueller and them how they actually did it. Now, it was a black stain on social media because they, at one point, admitted they had a bias against particular people. Because Facebook, at one point, before they took their news feed down, was slanted towards liberals and Democrats. Strangely enough, just as Twitter was. You know what's funny? When Musk took over Twitter, if I asked you this, what do you think trended in Japan mostly?
I don't know, but I just want to clarify something. Right? It has been proven that Russia had bot farms on Facebook that were influential in getting Trump elected. They were posting.
To be fair, it wouldn't surprise me.
They were posting articles and things that were supporting Trump, right? Because Russia has a vested interest in getting Trump elected because he's not as interventionist in international policy as other politicians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So even
that's why I disagree.
Even if Facebook admitted they had a liberal slant, it doesn't matter because the influence being peddled by Facebook still benefited Trump in 2016.
How much do you think it actually influenced him there? Curiosity.
It must have been significant.
Significant?
Yeah, because Trump was a joke reality TV star who became president.
Flo, is that your thing, right? Like, I mean, what do you think the margins were for people? Like, do you think, like, they, like, if I ask you, right, this is just when you look into it, this was about when we go back, if you go back to 2016, right? I'd be like,
Mm.
it's like we're probably going to see repeat of 2020 here this year.
Hmm.
Like, not because it's Kamala Harris, right? Because how many states do you think decide a election?
It's two, right? It's Florida and some other state, right?
So, do you know what a battleground state is, out of curiosity?
Yes.
Okay, right. So, battleground states usually determine it. California automatically goes Democrat. New
Yep.
York
Yep.
goes
I get all
Democrat.
this. I get all this.
You
What's
get
your
all
point?
that, right? So, when you were talking about if this is something about it, right? Let's say you take two polarizing candidates. One's a D and one's an R. Doesn't matter. Do you see? I live in Texas, right? This state's going to vote Republican no matter what. We could have the worst damn person ever. We'll have our primaries, but we will vote Republican. Oklahoma will vote Republican. Now, when you get to the battleground states, that is a separate. Colorado used to be a battleground state. Now, if you're going to see where money was thrown, this is why I disregard if Russian got involved in how much people buy influence. If you're thinking influence online, like through Facebook, had when you say serious, half there were stories supporting both Trump as well as Hillary. They had a vested interest in whoever won.
Hmm.
They didn't matter who, because Hillary at one point. If I
Yeah, but
ask you this,
that's not true though,
do
TMS.
you
Because
know about? Do you know? Okay, do you know what
because
uranium?
Russia has an explicit objective of expanding their empire, as we're seeing right now in
They
Ukraine.
did. They
As we're
did.
seeing in Ukraine, and Hillary would have taken more of a hard line on Russia's attempts to expand
I
than
don't think
Trump could.
so. I really don't think so, considering she tried to do the Uranium One deal that people
Hmm.
seem to forgot about. But the
Okay.
idea, do you know the difference, right? And this is where when you see it through a lens, that's what I mean. Influence, right? Let's say it's an influence. But she was also, do you know about the Uranium One deal?
You have to refresh my memory, TMS.
So, uranium is kind of a national resource for us for
Yeah.
obvious reasons. She
Hmm.
was literally going through a Russian shell organization as Secretary of State. This was before a little bit, right after her stroke. So in that period, she was going to
Hmm.
finalize a deal that would have sold out 20% of our uranium, like up to it,
Hmm.
to a Russian organization. That was a Russian
Hmm.
puppet organization. Now, thank God it didn't go through because multiple reasons, but here or there on nuclear power, right? So let's say in the other part. So look in the after part. When you want to talk about influence, right? You have an entire generation of kids. Now, as a teacher, do you agree with it, disagree with the statement? You should teach the ABCs before gender ideology.
Say it again, sorry.
Should you teach learning the basic education before you teach about gender or ideology?
Yes, Matt.
Now,
That's a silly question.
why do you have you ignore? Why do you think it is ignored by people in your group that they
It's not
teach
ignored.
ideology before teaching ABCs?
I don't think they're doing that at all.
I disagree with you because I've seen the fruits of that.
Matt, in the classroom, teaching a concept like takes up literacy and numeracy takes up, I would say, 85% of a teacher's time. Okay. I'm a woodwork teacher. I now have to teach literacy principles in a woodwork class.
Okay.
Do you understand? Right.
Yes.
Education is more concerned with numeracy and literacy than any other principle.
What grade do they start teaching about sex education in your school?
I think we started in year 8.
Is it one or two courses? One or two things. Sometimes they
I'm
do
not
it
a
about
PE
8,
teacher.
sometimes. Sorry.
I think there is one semester on sex education in year 8.
It's like really a class or something, right? Like they just general. How much of your education system has been done through stand? How much of your general education in your district you teach in is for standardized testing versus individual
Zero.
testing?
Zero. The
Okay, so you
area
have
I teach in, we don't even have standardized exams at the end of the year.
okay. That's a big difference in the U.S. Here, I hate to say it,
Hmm.
they will. I hate to say it, but I do think it's a problem here. It started when I was going through school. We
Well,
used to call
I'll
it
stop you there. I'll
TOS.
stop you there, okay?
Yeah.
Our end of school results are not based on standardized exams, but we
Okay.
have a national system called NAPLAN, which we use to
Right. It's cool.
which we use to fucking gauge literacy and stuff like that.
Okay. So here, right in the U.S., it's not to say this is a standard. It's weird how they prep kids for standardized testing, but then they somehow skip over stuff. But I see a lot of times. It's when you see youth or you see people coming up. People get the way they are, not by they've learned it from somewhere. Now, I have seen maybe not as much, right? Let's say it's social media exposure as a kid, right? There's those of us who know how to use the internet responsibly, and then there's those who have been raised up with nothing but a screen. Say their parents were. Do you know what a latchkey child is? Latchkey? Rings a bell? Edward? There? I guess not. So I'll explain my logic before since he has himself muted, I guess. The concept is, right, so in the US, we do see a slant, but we also see the problem of a lot of people, and I've seen it in younger people. They're raised with a phone in their hand. Now, do they have, it's as much as literacy as media literacy. They are not taught that way. Now, there is a debate, and I'd love to see what his opinion is when you stick a screen in front of a child. What age do you start that? But here's the key it goes hand in hand. In our schools, we have tablets, not school books. And I guess that's fine. They've changed the curriculum. When I was going through school, they were changing how they taught history. They were changing how they taught science. They were changing it, which is interesting. It's not changing it for the 100% better. They are either taking it Or you pick out the history. Where do you change it and what grades do you teach it? Now, does that subtly influence a generation? Yes. And then what happens when you dump social media or TikTok onto a child? It's not good without them having literacy for it. But then again, that is a parenting style, that is a judgment style. They don't teach their kids to be responsible. But that is my view. It's not like putting your kid in front of a babysitter. But I think between that education, it's influenced an entire generation at some point. Edward, what do you think?
Well, Tiamat, of course, changes in technology will influence a new generation, right? Of course, that is true.
But what
Right.
happens if, like, okay, do you consider TikTok? You have kids. When would you expose your kids to something like TikTok?
I'd try and limit their exposure to social media as much as possible.
Why is that?
All forms of it.
Grass, why is that?
Why? Because I just don't think it's beneficial for children.
Is that because of the media literacy or the ability to understand it?
I think personally, I don't want my child living a sedimentary lifestyle with fucking screens and things like that. I don't think it's got anything to do with literacy, media literacy. I don't think it's got to do with screens. I don't think anything. It's got to do with screens, but I don't think it's got to do with ideology or anything like that.
Now, see, you are closer to China than we are. You are aware that, like, our version of TikTok is, and TikTok was largely busted for, especially Chinese.
Hey, Tiamat, I'll just say something real quick, right?
Mhm.
There are teachers at school whose job is to teach media literacy. Okay, it's not something that's completely foreign to schools right now. Teachers are aware of it. The education system is aware of it.
But
We
how do
do
they
teach
teach it?
media literacy.
How do you teach it? I know it's taught. I mean, you learn the fundamentals, but most of media literacy is taught outside of school.
We explicitly teach students to try and be critical of where they're getting their information from. We teach them ways to like fact check information, right? To go back and like check multiple sources and things like that. I don't think it's as just I don't think it's this system. I don't think it's as like bad as you're describing.
See, you notice what I notice on you. You notice what I've gone through when I notice on YouTube, Edward. This is actual fact. What is the difference between a Sam Cedar or BreadTuber of the world or a BreadTube orbiter than a Tim Pool? I've seen them get stuff wrong. Hey, but they don't go after Vosh. They don't go after Destiny.
People go after Vosh all the time. People call Vosh a pedophile. People do all sorts of things.
Vanderhall. When was the last time BreadTube?
People go after.
When was the last time BreadTube had its inventory checked?
What does that mean? What does that mean? It's inventory checked.
Okay. You talked to Dane a long time ago. Do you know he loves Sam Cedar? And I've heard Sam Cedar get shit wrong.
Okay.
Cenk Uygur, he quotes. Cenk's got.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at something, not prepping for this. 4 years ago, by the way, on progressives in politics, right? Shank's like, well, progressives don't do well in the United States because you don't back Bernie or, they let people do things. And he mentioned names like AOC and the Squad should be the future. Now, what's funny is that aged like sour milk.
Tiamat, Chank is a political animal. He's promoting AOC because he feels she has the best political chances.
But
Okay?
bear in mind, he let the cat out of the bag years ago on what he really was, too. When it was viable to oppose conservatives, he acted as an independent. So if 4 years ago he was backing Bernie Sanders and saying the Squad should be promoted, you know what the Democrats did? They promoted the Squad. What happened to them? Their agendas imploded. Have you heard of the Squad recently? No. AOC is basically relegated to a background.
Yeah, I agree. It's weird how Squad has disappeared.
The Squad's gone. Why do you think that's the case?
Hello, Tiamat.
I'm here, yes.
So I just said I agree with you.
So you see, why do you think why do you think Democrats shelved the Squad in a lot of their stuff publicly that they were promoting?
Because they felt they weren't politically beneficial.
Why did they say that?
Because their favor in the public eye dropped.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with the stuff some of them said, like Maxine Waters, God rest her soul, said you need to take it, the fight to conservatives on the streets, in the coffee shops? That you never saw that? That aged really well as well. You know that, right? Where do you think this language comes from? That's why it's not beneficial. But it is funny, though. And it comes back around, too. They know social and progressive policies, at least open, aren't going to win them the election because they know that's going to hurt them. They've had to move back to moderates. They purged their moderates, though. Because you got to think about it before we get to discussing the current election. Where do you think this is? If this goes back to when Trump was president, what did they do to Trump when he was running? See, I'll say this. I was not a Trump supporter. But what did they do to Trump for 4 years? Edward, what did they do?
Do you mean what did the media do to Trump?
What did they do? What did they do?
The media?
Media, Congress, everybody.
They undermined everything he did.
It was not all Republicans, it was largely Democrats. They ran for 2 years with he had Russian P tapes, he had Russian this, he was bought off by the Russians. The worst thing, and I still say this and I don't like this about Trump, and I'm not excited to see this second time around, but I hope he learned it, was when he first became president. He ignored the intelligence coming from the intel community on how much Russia broke the taboo law to influence the US. That was opened by initially the Obama administration prior to that. To be years, we have actually paid for it. But then there was also a court ruling as well that allowed for foreign money to get into our politics. Actually, well, technically it was foreign money, at the name of the decision, that allowed SCOTUS, they passed, that allowed us to allow foreign donations to basically be done publicly. And what's funny is the Democrats opposed that, but Democrats use that the most now. But when you're looking at this, they did Russiagate for 2 years, said the man was nothing but a Russian plant, undermined him, did the same thing that conservatives said to about the Benghazi hearings, did all that. Now, when you want to talk about effects progressives and other people have, where do you think Crooks? Do you know how old Crooks was? Right? About the assassination. The guy for Do It. Where do you think he learned a lot of his ideas from? What era did he grow up in? He grew up in that era.
Weren't the two
both of the
Trump
guys,
assassins?
by the way. There's actually more. There's like 3. The one
Neither of them were left. Neither of them were like Democratic voters, my friend.
They were. Oh, you talking about the one they just did? That voted for Act. He donated to Act Blue. Didn't know about that one, did you, Edward? Crooks. Dad was a Democrat. What era did he grow up in? A media bashing Trump. And then he tries to put a bullet into Trump's head. Who was responsible for that vitriol?
Tiamat, I've said to you in the past that my political journey was, I was very anti-Trump before he was elected. Up until the Mueller report, I was anti-Trump. Mm-hmm. After the Mueller report, I sort of flipped and I thought the media had been very, very, very unfair on Trump. Okay? I've admitted this to you. But I changed my ideas about that because Trump has spent the last 4 years denying a lawful election. And whatever you think about it, he was involved in Jan 6. Right? However serious Jan 6 was,
I disagree
he was involved in it.
With that part, but there's a lot more to Jan 6 that needs to be cracked open, but it will never be gotten to the bottom of, but because it goes into who you said Crooks was not a left-leaning person. He was left-leaning. Now, what's funny is, I hate to say this, and this is not, don't get too upset about it. Both him and the other guy both appeared in BlackRock ads at their school. One was in his school, the other one was in a BlackRock ad. But the other one was part of and donated to Act Blue. Clearly there is a slant. Radicalism, right, comes from somewhere.
Tiamat, if anything, this just proves what I was saying about Russia's influence on people like Tim Pool and shit like that, where they're just there trying to anger up people.
Who owns Act Blue? Where does Act Blue lean?
I don't know.
Act Blue leans left towards them and progressives. There was another guy busted as well. 2 people. Oh, by the way, did you hear about the person who was arrested by the FBI for going to assassinate 6 Supreme Court justices?
There's a lot of cranks in your country, Tina. I don't know what it proves.
Do you know what the media outlet did on that story? Want to take a guess? 6 Supreme Court justices were targeted for assassination by this guy. Just individuals. Up to 6. Now, I know you're an outsider. Do you want to take a guess which ones those were?
Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked in his home in his underwear by a man wielding a hammer. Crank cases.
That's a story, but that's but bear in mind.
Lunatics are not.
But the guy donated
emblem-
to Act Blue as well.
They're not representative of any sort of trend. They're cranks.
They're cranks, but what 6 do you think they were going to kill?
I don't know. Tell me.
The answer's obvious. It's a 6-3 majority. Who do you think? Conservative-leaning people, and probably Breyer. Do the math. Well, who gins up this violence? Clearly,
Who ginned up the violence for the Orlando nightclub shooting?
are you talking about that's the one the Muslim guy did?
Yeah, who shot up the gay nightclub.
That's a Muslim man doing Muslim things. Congratulations. No offense to them. They do those things. What do you think happened to Europe when they started inviting them? Why do you think? Funny, by the way, if you want to get into it, who shot up that Tennessee school? Christian school. You know that story?
Who shot up the Aurora Theater showing The Dark Knight Rises?
You want to go from the trans person that shot up the Christian school? You want to go up to the non-binary Mormon kid who shot up in Aurora?
But here's the point to you, Matt. We can both play this game where we pick.
Oh, I can play the game for about 3-1. And then if you want to bring up Jan 6th, I'll bring up Black Lives Matter rallies.
Matt, who was the guy in Christchurch in New Zealand that shot up a mosque? What was he listening to?
He was probably a deranged lunatic. I remember his manifesto. It doesn't mean he was left-wing or right-wing. Some people are loon nuts. But it's funny when you have like the Tennessee Christian school shooting as well as the Mormon non-binary kid. They did want to mention that they were LGBTQ+. It's very funny. And then, by the way, the FBI suppressed the diary or manifesto. What do you think they had in there? Want to take a guess? Want to?
If I were to guess, the reason law enforcement does not publish something like a manifesto is because it asks for more violence, not because of a left-leaning or right-leaning bias.
Because it would go against the narrative. Do you remember on that moral foundation test? It asked, how did you answer the part where if you have to do the state-controlled media, do you think as a truth-telling, do you think people are entitled to the entire truth? How'd you answer that?
I don't know what you just said. Do I think state media?
So there's a question on that moral foundation thing, because I remember answering it. It goes, if you're in a position of power, But let's say you're a truther, that people are deserving tired to the whole truth. Do you think people are entitled to that truth? Or how would you do it? What do you think should
Yes,
this
I think they're entitled to the whole truth.
so you put strongly agree? Yeah,
Yes.
because so the here's my thing about that. This is where I guess I am different because I understand. I say I said a, it's kind of weird. I was either toying between indifferent and between that because that is a loaded question. It's kind of like when it comes to a manifesto. If a manifesto brings more violence, sure. But if you're trying to get to the bottom of it, I think, see, I put agree because the idea of agree, right? Ultimately, because governments do need to white lie. There is certain information that the public should not have access to. That is a fact, and that comes off as weird. But in the case in the manifesto, we wanted to know what was in the manifesto, what caused the person to do what they did. She was praising Hitler, praising Stalin. She had a bunch of posts. You wanted to know why he or they were doing what they were doing. But you know the narrative that was quickly lost in that? They were LGBTQ plus and very extremist. They were activists on their side. That got suppressed because that was going to either damage the movement, it wasn't going to incite violence, it wasn't going to. Because if you're talking a narrative that I have seen said by media for a year's
Tiamat,
plus,
this is a very silly line of questioning, right? This is a
it's
very
not silly,
silly line of thinking.
establishes. If you're talking about
Why would the media give more airtime to the manifesto of a school shooter, any school shooter?
well, I guarantee you what's funny is if it was a right wing person, they would have done it.
But that's not true because we just like right wing mass shootings, the fucking Christchurch shooting, the Orlando nightclub shooting, right? They don't give fucking weight to those shooters either.
Well, because the Orlando
The
nightclub
media,
shooting was
the
the Orlando
media does
nightclub
not want to
shooting was shot
promote
up as a
school
was
shootings.
investigated as a terrorist attack. But yeah,
The media would never publish the ideas of fucking terrorists and mass shooters.
but you would give access to the public to review it.
I suppose.
Because my view is that would damage their side.
But the media does not promote this shit. So there's no
Well,
cover up.
well, you know
There's no
what's funny,
cover up.
by the way. You know
The
what's
media
funny.
doesn't give them airtime in general.
You know what's funny, by the way. You mentioned Tenet Media and what they were doing, spreading stuff. Have you ever seen the montages of morning news or any news network from in the U.S., whether it be anything, and they take the anchors, they put them side by side. They're reading from the same brief and the same talking points, and they complete each other's sentences.
So yeah, Matt, I have siblings that work in the media.
Have
Okay,
you ever seen? No, have you ever seen that in the U.S.?
I've seen
I've
that
seen.
montage.
Have you
It's
seen
not a
it?
conspiracy, Tiamat.
No, I'm
There's a
not
way
saying
that
it's.
the
I'm not
media
saying it's a conspiracy. I could explain to that as well.
there's a way the media works, right? Where there's a
Yeah.
thing called the wire, right? All of these stations, all of these
Uh-huh.
outlets get information from one journalist, right? Multiple newspapers publish stories from one journalist in their papers, right? They get media, they get data, they get stories from the one source and repeat them on multiple sites. It's not a conspiracy. It's just that
I'm not saying it is.
all of these stations need content for one day, and they get them from the one spot.
Well, you got a couple, right? Because O'Reilly's
Never subscribe to malice or can be assigned to incompetence. It's just journalists being lazy, repeating shit they've gotten from the one source.
So the funny thing about it is, right? Now I learned a lot about radio and I learned a lot about television. I looked at when I listened to O'Reilly and them over the years. He's talked about that wire type thing in the U.S. It goes out every morning where people and as you see it.
Mhm.
Now, in reality, if you want to seed it some sort of way, you can influence it. It's not like any form of media, would I say, even some conservative media, like YouTube media, right? Let's say, depending on the media, you see less in YouTube. YouTube has, I think digital media is a little bit different. News networks are dying. Like a prime example, like if I ask you this, in the US, how many people do you think at peak watched Tucker Carlson?
6 million.
Final answer.
Yep.
3 million.
hmm
So, still top over CNN and MSNBC,
Mhm.
right? And most of ABC in the same time slot,
Mhm.
right? More than double.
Mhm.
What do you think O'Reilly was getting when he was in that time spot years ago?
8 million.
Okay, 6 to 8, sometimes 12. Now, why do you think there's a big disparity between the two?
Because the media landscape changed between O'Reilly and Tucker Carlson. People stopped watching television.
You think people gave up television for digital?
Yeah.
Now, what's funny is, strangely enough, O'Reilly's talked about this when he got canned from Fox, and we can argue. I'm not going to argue about that here. Why I think that was just a forced Me Too thing, and it just hurt Fox. And it, to be fair, Fox has recovered. When you want to talk about a consumer base that is 3 million, that's still the same 3 million that watch conservative media. You look at you look at ratings of MSNBC and CNN. If it weren't for them being on in your donut shops or some weird places 24/7, I don't think people would watch them. Their messages are very small because it goes back to the idea their side isn't winning. And if people knew, the normies woke up to a lot of their stuff. It's kind of like if you ask people right now in policies, because I don't know how much you see of political coverage going into our stuff. If you were in the US, I'll ask you this: would you vote for Trump or would you vote for Kamala? Who would you vote for? Edward? Edward? You there? Edward?
I would vote for Kamala.
Why?
Why? Because I think Trump's cult of personality has been ultimately very damaging to America and the world as a whole.
Okay.
I think
Understand.
Republicans need to get away from Trump because he has too much control over their policies, over their party. That's why I'd vote for Kamala.
So you think yes? No, that's funny. You say that.
Anyway,
What do you-
Tiamat, you asked me on here for a debate about whether or not progressivism in media.
Oh no, I said
Right.
that. I said in politics first. We're not. We'll get on to the last part because the one in progressives and media part is the last part.
We've been talking for 2 hours and 20 minutes. When's the
We have
when
been
will the debate
debating.
start?
We have been debating back and forth. Now, I will say this: can you tell me what policy that Kamala Harris has that's good? What has she done
What
as vice
policy
president?
she has?
What has she done as vice president? Can you tell me?
I'm voting for. Well, first of all, I haven't done my due diligence because I'm not American.
Does even if he
Okay.
did, you know, the average person can't tell you anything she's done in 4 years. Nobody can.
Like,
The
okay.
the only thing she's been known for that she's either bombed. You know, in the whole Black Lives Matter thing and the Black Lives Matter protest, she was behind freeing people, burning down the cities. Tim Walz was the head of the city, and he let them go. Because I wanted to bring up something as well, because you said something about racism, right? Who do you think in FBI statistics is? That was media. Media is easier because media is funny, by the way, on the whole thing. Are you familiar with the crime statistics? Right? Let's go.
Do you want me to say that black people?
Who do you think is largely being
Do you want me to
responsible
say that
for a
black
lot of
people
crimes?
commit more
By the way,
crimes?
this isn't
I'm
even
agreeing
capita.
with you, Tiamat.
Okay. Like, you know, so how would you interpret? I just want you clear. When you look at the homicide data, do you think it's a bunch of white people killing black people or black people killing black people? Curiosity.
I think the most murders are committed by people in the same community. So white people kill white people and black people kill black people.
So when you look at curiosity, when you look at something, now in hate crimes, who do you think has committed the most hate crimes against a group?
Yeah, Tiamat, I agree that there is a disproportionate amount of crimes committed by black people.
Why is
Okay?
that? Do you think it's disproportionate per capita?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's because they are been shown in media for I just want you to notice something in these statistics,
I
right?
think it's because their community is more heavily policed than the white community.
Okay. So what if I tell you, and this is as of recent up till recent. And I know you're not looking at it. Now, the FBI data, I just want to bring this up to the point. They go offender race. This is, I guess, for the period of 2020.
Dude, you need to stop scrolling so much. I can't read any of this shit. No one can.
So 2020.
Focus on one graph and make a point.
I'm just trying to show you. So you see here, right? This is from 2020 to 2023. This is the current data. Now, largely, who do you think was responsible? Offender race. Largely black.
Tell me what's there.
African American.
Mm-hmm.
This is hate crimes, by the way. And the ethnicity is what's funny is they go race, but they do the whole thing of non-specified because FBI.
Tiamat, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I really cannot comment on the culture of black crime in America because I'm not black and I'm not American. I don't understand it.
But why do they
Okay.
have a? But why do you think? Out of curiosity, why would you think they're the leading, and especially in vandalism? It's funny how if a small portion of a population, and I get this, it's not a gotcha out of by the way. This is just making a point. When we are talking about policies and society, when you tell a group that it's bad, why is this a thing? I mean, if we're going to say January 6th is bad, you should have thrown every person who burned down cities in Black Lives Matter, which cost $1 to $2 billion in damage, the same way. What was January 6th? A stroll through the damn Capitol. Not the biggest thing since Gettysburg.
Yeah, but there's a distinction, Tiamat, between those two events.
I would love to see it. What do you think?
One event, people upset about racial discrimination, whether it's justified or not. The other event was a potentially treasonous coup of your national democracy. Do you understand? It's apples and oranges. One had far more potentially damaging impacts on your democracy than the other.
Ah,
Can you concede that point?
potentially, but I still say it was more of a stroll in the Capitol. But who created that situation in the first place is the
Well,
question.
here's the thing, Tiamat. I think when it comes to a delicate situation like people protesting about racial discrimination, or right, and a potential coup of your country, I think your country needs to react more severely to the coup than to the protest.
Ah, so you would ignore the. What's funny is you bring up, and the only reason I bring up the FBI stuff as well. If you ever notice the story about, most people never heard the story of the people with red microphones. It's kind of like, did you know during the Rittenhouse trial, there was an FBI drone flying over there? It
Mm.
wound up exonerating him, but they were like, well, we had no.
A drone flew over his trial, and the
No, a
drone ended
drone
up.
flew over was flying over the area and saw everything, and the guy him
Okay.
exonerated very clearly,
Hmm.
which is one of those things, right? Why is there an FBI drone over a damn protest? Ask that. Why is there bricks on the corner? Why were bricks delivered the same day to a corner that were going to be thrown at a building? Like, you gotta think about these things eventually. Like, in the whole thing, too, a lot of those people went free. But, by damn God, throw every person on January 6th into a wood chipper or into the bottom floor of a prison.
Yeah, but I just explained the difference, didn't I? One's a threat to your country's democracy, and one is a people protesting.
Protesting that led to damages that cities have never recovered from.
Yeah, it's not good, but one has, one, they're different, right?
It might be apples and oranges, but I think, in my view, you should have the same level. Oh, by the way, before I move on and forget, this isn't hate crimes, by the way.
But
But
you weren't asking whether or not both crimes are bad, because I agree they are. You're asking why one group was prosecuted and the other wasn't,
why does the media look?
and there's an
Why did the
answer
media turn? Why did the media turn the blind eye to one but promote the other?
because one was a threat to democracy.
Huh. And you're telling me having a vegetable as a president for 3 years is not a threat to the democracy either.
Well, and what does that have got to do with what we're talking about right now?
So you should have the same level, because it ties back to what I'm saying. Someone's been pushing that. When you're talking about, you have progressive race hustlers telling people for years, these people hate you, these people hate you, this and that. When the narrative meets the road, right? They don't talk about Chicago. They misreport the crimes, right? They misreport the race. I can easily prove it. Because if you look on screen, right, how many people they say, remember the trans activists say, I'm being murdered because I'm trans. How many people on this chart do you see is discrimination because of gender versus religion, disability, and ethnicity?
So, you know, I'm looking at this on my phone and it's very difficult to read. So just tell me what it says.
Okay,
I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm just trying to.
So this is from, just so you know, from 2020 to 2024. 28,672 upon race, ethnicity, and ancestry. 515 for gender. 9,206 for religion. 773 for disability. Gender identity is
Are these per
1,800.
capita? Is this per capita or in total?
This is pretty much in total they charged.
So why were less people charged for attacks on gender?
1846 for gender identity, and sexual orientation is 82.
So you're asking why?
So
were
if
there
this
less
is per
crimes?
capita, right?
Is
why
it per capita?
I think this might be per capita or per offense, right? So they say,
Because, you know, like the gender-related crimes must be significantly smaller because they're a significantly smaller percentage of the population.
so U.S. offenses. So this is total crimes. So U.S. offenses, there was only 1,018, and U.S. incidents 991, and population coverage is 91%. Now, why is it when you tell people who say, oh, so on Twitter, you know, that blue-haired person who says, oh, if you don't like Star Wars, you don't like this. You're promoting, I'm going to be murdered. Do you buy that, judging by these statistics? It's not a loaded question. You know the narrative, right?
I'm not trying to get out of the question.
Do you know the narrative, right, is the trans genocide thing on their side, yes. The gay and trans genocide. But the evidence doesn't show it. I want you to die on this hill.
I'm just trying to process what you're saying, right? A trans genocide.
Have you ever heard that? Heard them say that? I have. I've heard it. Dane's co-host said it. Other people in that camp. Demon Mama said it. Vasha said it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been very popular amongst BreadTube for a while. Conservatives.
See, I don't know where you're getting this narrative from.
Oh, it's a weird thing.
Because in like, do you not agree that in the last 8 years, trans representation and trans people have been it's increased, right? So where are you getting this genocide thing from when the trans population is increasing?
I'm saying that they say they make that as a claim when they get attacked, and it's never the case. When it's very kind of funny, by the way, you can find more videos on Twitter and other places with them attacking
any trans
others.
person, if someone is claiming that, if they're trans or not, they're obviously clearly wrong, because you and I can both agree that certainly the representation of transgender people is increasing, and the amount of transgender people in society is increasing.
But
So
why do you
the
think
fact that someone's claiming
when
there's a
they
genocide
claim
is wrong.
when they claim stuff, they're getting hated upon as well, and they're very small per capita as well, or
Say
even
that
in
again.
total. So let's hypothetically assume very similar to when you look at this data, right? This is if you'd say in total crimes in some sections. You go and look at that. It's majority either black on black crime or there is no discrimination against them. But they claim the activists will always try to fight and say they're being oppressed and they're going to be murdered by their state. You're in Australia. You never hear that. I hear that here from them. I've heard Dane's co-host say it. I have heard it from BreadTube. I have
I
heard it.
just want to can you just clarify, is like biased categories total 49,217, right?
Where?
Right. It's in the middle of that circle, right? Biased categories total 49,217, right? Race accounts for 28,000 of these cases. Sexual orientation, 8,000. Gender, 1,000.
The rest is
Gender,
so majority. You're more likely to be hated on by religion or basically, and there's disability.
okay, scroll back up for me for one
So they
second.
say bias, right? Solar value.
Wait, go back to the circle. Don't skip off it.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to do something real quick.
Maybe, by the way, do you know where a lot of those race and ethnicity come from as well? It's like, don't ask the Democrats why. It's like why she chose Waltz, not the Jewish guy, because that would be weird. But that's more opinion though on that, because it would fly. What are you trying to find? Because some of these are loaded as well. Some of these.
Well, I'm just trying to see whether or not like this total number for the 49,000, whether or not the amount of crimes reported by these people equates to their percentage in the population. So what is the percentage of the population?
So these are normal, right? So when you go through by month, they're going by month, basically.
Anyway,
to answer your question. And here's the other thing to granted, if you want to say counts or you want to see counts or you want to say by rate of population, right? Counts and rates. It's funny when you look in the homicide as well. What the funny is when they want to hide the data, they call them either other, not specified, or other. Because what's funny in the FBI data, you might don't tell me if you're fishy or this is wrong. When you look at data, they'll say, well, the victim's not white. Well, the perpetrator is not. The ethnicity was unknown or specified. Because what's funny is they'll call white people Latino or Latinos are white. But it's weird that you don't fight on this because you either A, don't have an answer, or it's a proof that I say it counteracts an idea. Because you would think you're told by FBI data.
hang on,
There's systematic.
summarize your point here because I don't quite know what you're trying to
So
say.
I'm going to make this point. You know when you get told something and it's not true? When you go look up the data and it isn't?
No. Summarize what you're trying to say
Okay,
based on.
I'm getting there. So you see the idea, right? You're told there's systematic oppression and racism.
Yeah.
And you go look at the crime, you go, well, black people are more likely to get shot. You go look at the rate, and it's not there. You go and look up, oh, you conservatives will burn gay people that are elected. Gonna happen. You're
Mhm.
more likely to be assaulted because you're a Jewish person.
Mhm.
Which is funny, by the way. Now, the whole thing, let's get to the last part. Why do you think progressive? See, here's the thing in politics, right? Politics flows down into culture after a while, as we know. Right?
Mhm.
Now, it's funny. Now, I've heard it said the culture war is the real battlefield. Not by
By who?
conservatives, by their side. You need to wage it on there.
I've only ever heard grifters on YouTube talk about it like that.
But you know what's funny? Do you know who
Mhm.
said that? You know who said that recently?
Who?
Dane. Is Dane a grifter? Right wing grifter? I've heard it. I have actually heard you need to fight conservatives in the trenches. I've heard Eric's Reloaded. I've heard that from TFI. I've heard it from their side. I've heard it from Twitter
Well,
for a
Dane
while.
Dane definitely has an agenda.
What about
Right.
most of his crew? Morgan, Eric.
I don't know who Morgan is. I think Eric's a pretty balanced person in general.
I mean, he's a grifter unto himself. He's an outrage baiter.
Mm.
Bob.
I think Bob is like Bob. What an unusual case. I think he's very, very, very left leaning. I think he's saying just a lot to go along with Dane.
He lives in Ohio, but yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, he's been. I mean, a divorce. Like, I'll give it credit where credit is due. His channel is stagnant, but you have other people in his community.
Did you just mention that Bob was divorced?
No, I said a divorce changed him.
Right.
No, I did some research into him a long time ago.
Isn't that totally irrelevant though?
I just say a divorce will do a number on you, and you just won't know it. It's like anything, like a death in a family. Now, his content changed. He may have been left wing, been neutral.
Dude, you know what though? I'll say this for Dane and Bob.
Uh-huh.
They actually discuss comic books. Each
Oh,
week.
now they do.
Each week.
Now they do.
They get comics and they discuss the comics each week.
One gets comics. One gets comics.
No, Dane and Bob.
Dane doesn't do it. Dane okay. This goes back to something like when you hear it, like, okay, the books Bob is reading are like mid-tier books. Dane's catching up on Ultimates.
Yeah,
like, I heard
Bob's got pretty shitty taste for sure, but he is reading comics.
Oh yeah, now he is. He's reading new ones.
Same with your boy Zach, right? He reads comics. He reviews comics.
He's a different one case, though. It's kind of like I had a falling out with like Blurred Without Fears content. Like, he's good friends with Dane, who also streams with Robo, which did a podcast with Dane a long time ago, where Dane jokingly said the N-word multiple times and did other things. And it's really funny how the circles of hell that I know on YouTube interact.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently, well, he calls him Left Face, right? But it's Robo, as most people know him. Robo was a co-host for with Dane on Twitch, and then Dane never mentions he was a co-host with Robo at one point.
Yeah, look. Dane is a huge piece of shit. He
Okay.
acts like a total asshole to people.
Uh-huh.
He is a complete paranoid freak. Okay? But
Well,
I agree with his message, right? And I think he's genuine in his message.
why do you think he pulled down his stream? I wish I could have saved it. He pulled down his stream where he had to admit the Acolyte was a failure.
Um,
And he had to
why did he
mention
pull it down? He probably pulled it down because
he had to.
he knew there are very, very, very bad faith actors that would use that to just discredit him.
I mean, Dane's
nonstop.
a microspectacosm. He actually had to admit media like Doctor Who and stuff targeted towards what you call the woker side of or niche audiences were failing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, I myself, right? I watched Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the new Doctor Who,
Mm-hmm.
right? Start to finish.
I think Doctor Who is the worst shit on the face.
Oh God, what Eric? There is no way. That's not Doctor Who. That's Disney Who in the first place. Acolyte, I didn't want to shit on it. Like the premise of Acolyte, all you had to do was tell a Sith tale. A Sith
Mhm.
tale. That's all you had to do.
Mm-hmm.
They failed at that. I was watching with a friend today, a female friend.
Yeah, look, T-Matt, look,
Oh.
this is what I think. I think a lot of media is really bad right now.
You think it's just bad? Why? Is it
Well,
writing?
here is the ultimate reason why I think current media is bad.
Mhm.
Right? The studios had to make a very deliberate shift away from cinemas to streaming platforms. Do you agree with that?
Do you think that's the only cause?
No, I just want to. Do you agree with that?
I don't think that was all. I think the direction starts with concept.
Are studios putting more effort into streaming platforms right now than theaters?
Streaming doesn't make money, but that's common knowledge. Streaming service. But no, I think I think there are productions that are better films.
I agree.
Series like
I agree.
You might.
But I think right now, all of the studios are in this arms race where they want to outcompete the other streaming services and become the one streaming service. I think the problem with that is, right, that they don't, streaming services favor quantity over quality, right?
That's part of it. It might be the formula
content
because of that.
They just want content on their platforms, right? So people have some random shit to watch. They know their consumers just get home, like they don't care what they're watching. They just go to a streaming service and need to find something to watch.
Do you know what's funny?
Right. I think that's why the Acolyte. I think that's why Obi-Wan was shit. I think that's why Boba Fett was crap. All of these concepts that work as a movie, as a short piece of media, that should have a grand scale, are stretched over 8 episodes, and they just suck.
So right? I think the concept, right? Do you remember the lineup that Disney had for Disney Wars?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh God! Like it reads like a graveyard right now. They like you're familiar, right? I think the last one they have in the lineup is coming out here in like 2 months, and that skeleton crew with like Jude Law, Rogue
Yeah.
Squadron. Like,
Yeah.
no one's heard shit about it for nearly 2 years.
Yeah, well, we can both agree Disney has fucking mishandled Star Wars incredibly, right?
Like, I remember when it was like a big board, they announced, like, I forget which year this was. Like, they announced Visions, Andor, Ahsoka, Rogue Squadron, Bad Batch, Acolyte, Rangers of the
Yeah.
New Republic,
Yeah, I
Lando.
remember this. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you remember like when they did the big lineup?
Yeah.
You're like, I mean, what on that's been released? There's one that goes back. It's Visions. No one really had issues with Visions. The reason why I'm
Mhm.
saying stuff fails, right? It's part of the writing. It goes back, and it's not just this. It goes. You can tie it to Marvel. You can tie it to a lot of writers. Writers are writing not for the sake of it, but are they writing what they're thinking? Now I could make the case. It goes back.
Writers are writing not for the sake of it, but because of what they're thinking.
I think they write for what they think sells, or what they want. Basically, what they think works in there. Like, okay, how do you put it? Okay, would you describe Hollywood as an incestuous like bubble where they probably smell their own farts occasionally?
Hollywood or Hollywood?
Like the Hollywood culture. Do you think it has parts of it that are encapsulated, that they can only smell their own farts or deal with their own kind?
I, to a certain extent, yes. But I also think there's an element of Hollywood that's purely transactional and purely capitalist, where all they care about is the biggest return on a product.
Okay. So when you look at a film, until Inside Out 2, Pixar really hasn't had a hit.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to keep them. You're familiar with Inside Out 2, right? A little bit.
I know the story is they had to make it less gay. Is that what you're getting at?
Why would you sexualize preteen people and say the biggest crisis that the person had was they are going to be non-binary or unsure about their sex? And Riley's like 13 and her friend's like 14. Should that have a place in a kid's film? Why would that even get
I
past?
cannot comment because I haven't seen the film and I don't know the context of that story.
I'm just
However,
saying, would you
however,
consider?
I do think that is roughly the age where young people have a sexual awakening of some sort, and it might have been a legitimate story to tell.
Do you think it's legitimate,
Particularly,
or do you think it was
particularly
legitimate?
considering Inside Out is this fucking weird story where you see shit happening in a person's head, right? Personified emotions and shit like that.
Do you think it belongs in
If
a
they
kid's film?
personified a character that represented a sexual awakening, I think that's a legitimate thing.
Do you think it belongs in a kid's film?
Um, I'm not saying. I'm saying it depends on the execution.
And this is not a thing. This is when I say a lot of this would go back to the do you remember the 0809 writer strike?
Yes.
Right. So that was like the first major writer strike in the modern era, and then a lot of people retired.
Hmm.
Like, you notice how it takes like maybe 2-3 years to get productions in. This is what's catching up to gaming too, by the way.
It's
Like
always
this,
taken productions a long time to make a film or something like that.
but you know what I'm saying, right? So you started seeing the more newer generation and batches of story popping up. About, let's say, 10. A lot of people call the decline of media like 10.
What since the writers' crisis, since the writers'
I would
strike?
say about since like starting around 2010, 2011, 2013. That's when you started seeing the projects roll out, right? It's
Do you
kind of
not
like,
think that had to do with like the MCU and this fucking race where all the studios wanted to make competing cinematic universes and stuff like that?
I think that's a little bit different. And because I'm not talking MCU, I
And
was talking,
it also had to do with all the studios like they they wanted to stop funding small scale original concepts in favor of these big IPs that had guaranteed returns, right?
so take into account, right? Like, we're not talking the MCU. I'm talking maybe you had a generation of writers retire or leave and come in. Some just, I mean, the thing is, you're not going to be around forever. You got to learn. Everyone learns eventually. You got to find a place to gracefully retire and die.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
think that was the joke of the Expendables.
Mm.
You remember that? Did you ever see those films?
No, I haven't seen the Expendables.
So the Expendables, the joke is he used like the oldest action stars, right? Like Statham, you always had like people who were like 50s up, that type stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're the aging action heroes. You don't really have young people on the team. And it got to the point eventually, right, in Hollywood, like the Lily Sings, you're not seeing a comedian under maybe 50. That's good. Like
Well, that's not
talent,
true.
talent somewhere died at some. It's I'm being exaggerating on that part, but like at some point, talent is not what it used to be. Like your main people, like can you name like can you name like an actor or actress in the last 10 years that's really stood out that you think is going to be here in 10 years?
I think in the last 10 years, Chris Pratt has become an actor that people like.
I mean, a younger person. That their role stuck out, that they were consistent, or they defined the generation.
They define a generation. A lot
Yeah.
of people, a lot of my students are very, very, very into Tom Holland.
Okay,
Okay.
Tom Holland, yeah, because Tom Holland, Spider Man, he has like two Spider Mans underneath his belt. It's kind of I can see that, but like Timothy Chalamet, what do you think he's going to be more remembered for? Him acting in the Dune films or in Willy Wonka?
Well, the Dune films.
Yeah, right. Even if that makes sense, right? You sign up for one good role. Like when you look at a franchise, right? You can't name anything else. Daisy Ridley was in. She was mediocre or mid at best. And it comes back to when you're talking about films. Now, I think like MCU films, like, sure, they weren't comically accurate. Let's say subject matter, prime example. I think there is a place in films, don't get me wrong, if you want to be an activist, if you want to tell your story, there's a place for it. It's like in manga and anime, right? Because I know you don't do that. Some of us do. There's a manga and an anime for everything.
Hmm.
You want to read one about sport bike riding.
Mhm.
There's one for it,
Mhm.
right? It's the same thing in film. Now, do you hire weird people to write a film and potentially murder a franchise or murder it? Like, I had to review on Maltese Channel as a prime example.
Hey, keep going.
Sorry, I had to review. Did you know Looper was written by Ryan Johnson?
I did.
And I'm like, I know it was written by Ryan Johnson. I'm like, doesn't feel like some of his later works.
Yeah, man, I don't like Ryan Johnson. He's like humor is very, very, very on the nose. I
I'm
think gets in
like,
the way of the story.
how is this the same guy who wrote eventually The Last Jedi and he wrote Looper or did Looper? I'm
Mhm.
like, good God. And I'm not saying Zack Snyder's the best by either. So when it comes down to, let's say you're working a television show in your writing room, what you're going for, right? I remember when they were approaching Endgame. They wanted the next phase. They had just paid Brie Larson a lot of money. And
Mhm.
it's the reason why, granted, she gets shit on is because she's a shitty human being. But
I don't think that's true.
well, it's hard to say. She came in, she got the most of any role. She got more, I think, like slightly less than what like Scarlett Johansson was making. And she wanted like all these roles, and she's like, "Well, I'm meant to be there." Now, what's funny part? Did you know there was 2 cuts to the film? One that had more Captain Marvel and less Captain Marvel.
You mean
And
Annette Bening's character?
do you remember that? See,
No.
that
Who
was
took-
actually done. They did 2 cuts, right? They it was all going to be based on Captain Marvel and how well she did. So they had one scene
You're
where
talking about Endgame. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
they had like 2, right?
Yeah.
I was in a theater, right, watching it.
But
When Captain
the
Marvel
Captain-
got punched off screen, people laughed.
Mm.
It's like we're like, that's funny to us. Not because it's a woman thing, it's just because, well, insert
I
character.
tell you what, man. I went to Endgame, and that audience was completely 100% invested in that story. Everyone was loving it. No
Yeah.
one was laughing at anything.
We
People
no,
weren't
we
cynical.
at the moment
People
when
weren't
she-
cynical. People were just into that movie.
No, I said it was funny because Thanos punches her off into space. It's like, oh god, they did that. It's
Yeah,
like,
look,
it's funny.
I think there was a narrative created by people that said Captain Marvel was going to come in and instantly defeat. She was going to be like a Deus Ex Machina, when she was going to come
Yeah.
in and instantly defeat Thanos. And I think the writers were aware of that. So when they had Thanos just punch her off, it was like a self-aware nod to the audience that no,
I
that's
think
not what's
that
going
was
to happen.
part of it, but I also think Captain Marvel didn't test well, as proven by the Marvels.
But it made over $1 billion. If a movie makes over $1 billion, they're gonna pump up the character's role, right?
Okay, in reality, like I also heard reports too, like there were empty theaters, bought tickets, no one showed. Let's assume you're throwing money after a while, because I want to touch eventually on the gaming side, because eventually a lot of this catches up to gaming. Like,
Nah,
and they
man,
actually,
that was at the height of MCU. People
hey,
were
but
hyped
here's
for
the thing: you
people were
knew,
hyped for Endgame.
but
People went
you
to see
also
Captain Marvel.
knew Chris Evans was done as Captain America. You knew Robert Downey Jr. was basically done as Iron Man.
Yep.
They already, like, prior to Endgame, he basically said that's going to be his last appearance as Captain America.
Yep.
He was like, I'm done.
Yep, I agree.
And it's like, oh, but who are we going to move forward with? That's
Mhm.
why it's like funny. Did you see Deadpool and Wolverine?
Yes.
You know, the Gambit character was a pun on the canceled Channing Tatum film.
A pun. It wasn't a pun, but yeah, I know Channing Tatum had a Gambit film in production for a long time but never got made.
What's funny is if we actually got that Gambit, it would have been funny.
If
But
we got that Gambit.
if we got that Gambit. No, that's actually something I forgot to mention in the whole thing. That actually felt like a more Gambit from the comics, but
Yeah, it felt like Gambit out of the animated series for sure.
well, I made a little bit over exaggerated in powers, but new we can argue new Sun, which is no longer canon, but because he got himself lobotomized. But and you get into the whole thing, right? Why did the MCU fail? And I'm sure we would split hairs. They wanted to go. They couldn't figure out the direction. They splintered off.
This is why the MCU is struggling.
What do you mean they were doing it after?
After Endgame, their actors left. They had come to a creative solution and needed to find a new creative direction. The movies in production after Endgame had started during a global pandemic, which impacted their production.
Mm-hmm.
And Disney had made the choice to move to streaming, and they watered down their content by making streaming shows out of it. There were a whole set of circumstances that made the MCU struggle post Endgame, right? That aren't just DEI ideology bullshit.
No, I think it was a lot of the writing, because if you were going to look with the characters you were going to run with, I think losing.
Well, man, I think you cannot have a Marvel universe without Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor, right? You cannot have an Avengers-centric universe without those three characters.
I mean,
and I think
that's why I don't.
They should have come up with some sort of solution to keep those characters around, right? And if I was doing it, I would come up with a series of prequel films for Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man, right? I'd come up with a World War II story. I'd come up with a World War II story for Captain America, where Captain America is set way in the past in World War II. You introduce a new actor. And maybe that actor playing Captain America has a totally different take on Captain America. He's much more blunt, he's much more hardcore, whatever.
You could have moved.
You do a story with a new Thor.
You could have moved Winter Soldier into the role.
I would have liked that as well. But you do a story with Thor, where Thor is like, before he gets Mjolnir, he's on Earth and he's got his axe or whatever, and he's just like that brash, unworthy Thor, right? You set the characters in these time periods that people aren't familiar with, haven't seen, and you use that as a vehicle to introduce new actors to the part. Once there's a trilogy of these prequels, then you introduce those new actors into the mainline MCU, and that's how you keep Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man as part of the universe.
So, see, I'll have to address the ground that makes the point. By the way, I legit heard Dane try to make the arc that Jennifer had a arc in She-Hulk.
Well, She-Hulk was bad. She-Hulk's just a streaming show, right?
Okay, Edward, I don't know if you know it. When he went on with Adam and Stitch, they got into the whole thing. They said the whole anger, I am a woman. And Dane and Bob both said that's her having an arc, setting up an arc. I'm like, if that's your payoff, I have a question for you. Am I right or wrong? Yeah.
Her arc was that she learned how to be the Hulk because she came to terms with her anger because she's a woman.
But that's not, to me, that doesn't feel how you set up the arc.
Mm.
That's kind of like, it was not the, She-Hulk had the cringy Batwoman moments to me. The suit's not going to be perfect till it fits a woman.
Mm.
I want to roll my eyes in the back of my head, and I'm like,
But even in the comics, She-Hulk is like this fucking. She was like a woman's lib character, like
she
back in
was
this back in the
she was
70s
a
and early
fourth
80s.
wall breaker.
She broke the wall, but she was always this woman's lib character.
Her concept is like Deadpool. Why is the comedical Deadpool a thing? See, this is why I think when you look at media, right? When I look at a show like She-Hulk, I don't know who the hell came up with She-Hulk. Like, we knew Thor Love and Thunder was going to be mid.
Mm.
I had no hopes for it. Like, I'm nowhere near a Guardians of the Galaxy fan, but they're entertaining films. Black Panther? I don't really like Black Panther and Thor. Right? Weird characters to me. Both have too many ways ups and they have too many ups and downs. I think I've had the comic discussion with you on that. Too many ups and downs. They are too hit or miss. But
Okay.
Black Panther was a good film. They should have recast Black Panther, but they chose to go with Shuri.
I agree.
You know, that gave us PTSD from her run as Black Panther.
I haven't seen Black Panther 2, so I don't
Well,
know.
there was a comic run where she took over, but without the heart fruit, and T'Challa just stayed as king.
Mhm.
And it's a forgettable run. Like, you gotta understand, right? You know how many projects were canceled because they didn't test well? Like the Wasp film. Like, Marvel was side by side, right? Like, when you think of Captain Marvel, her film still ended in the Captain Marvel The End book. It couldn't prop the book up enough to keep it up. They still later launched the End book and shelved her for about a year. You know that, right?
Did they?
Yeah, the Captain Marvel The
I
End.
remember like Civil War 2 was happening around the time of Captain Marvel, and she was like the main antagonist in Civil War 2.
She's always kind of there, but when they do a The End book, they're just shelving her. You're shelving whoever.
Okay.
Like, it still landed in that. They shelved her for enough. It's kind of like when you look at a character like Harley Quinn or the Wasp. You know why they
Yeah.
really didn't move forward with at least the Wasp film or a portion of it?
Because no one was interested in the Wasp.
Yeah, like how many books do you think the Wasp has canceled underneath her? They don't get past 3s. They barely get past 2s.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was not an interest. Let's say their interest to sell comics, right? This is where you get into like Comicsgate territory. I think a lot of Marvel, it's not just the MCU that degraded, right? Because I didn't find most of the Thor films after, like, I think Dark World, good. I found them to be cheesy.
What? Most movies after Dark World weren't good.
I mean, the Thor films. The rest were just memes at that point.
After Dark World.
I meant Thor films.
Okay, the two films after. Okay, 3, and 4 weren't good. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, look, I think Thor Ragnarok, it introduced a lot of this comedy shit into the Marvel universe, which just undermined the seriousness of situations.
How many times does Thor have to find himself?
Yeah, but that's the nature of comic book storytelling. They sort of retell the conceit of a character over and over and over.
You know what's funny? You know why, strangely enough, I don't mind Jane Foster as Thor. Do you know why initially she got the hammer?
She got the hammer because she got cancer, and when she became Thor, it stopped the cancer.
Well, do you know what then happened? It was around Fear itself, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it was that Jason Aaron story where people learnt secrets or some shit like that, and Thor learnt
was
a secret.
unworthy again for the hammer
Yeah.
for a bit. God forbid, but throw that tagline around. Like, it's not like if you're going to move forward with characters. I think the vision was they were going to move forward with a female Avengers, because you brought up WandaVision. I liked WandaVision and Loki.
I think they were going to make an A-Force movie specifically. It was never going to be an Avengers movie. It was going to be A-Force, which would
I
just be
mean,
a female.
what are you going to do? Like,
it would just be a female team-up movie. Is there anything wrong? Is there anything wrong with a female team-up movie?
Not really. I think it's how it's executed. Is it good? Is it bad? Like, it's like Harley Quinn. Like, Harley Quinn, if you look at her stuff, does she sell past? Do you know what DC does brilliant with her now? They limit her to, like, single issues or a small mini series.
Mm-hmm.
They don't put her in anything else. She doesn't. She's. You know what's funny?
Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad is where you dump people when you want to keep them around but not get rid of them.
She's in, like, Absolute Power at the moment, right?
Oh God, that book better have a good ending. Ugh. Don't get me. How much do you know about Absolute Power?
I've only read issue 1, so.
Oh God. What was your read of it?
It was just a generic. It wasn't a very good events story. I don't think I'm going to finish it.
So, it's Amanda Waller being Amanda Waller with the Amazos.
Yep.
Then the Amazos start developing souls or personalities.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it ends. She's like, well, we need superheroes. And I'm like, that's where I'm starting to look at certain comic book stories, right? It's like Marvel did. I tried to read Blood Hunt. I couldn't get past the first book. It's like, you know, we discussed Krakoa and some of the Comicsgate stuff when they were changing out writers. Like,
yeah.
I told you this before. Eric July was a comic book reader up until about 18 or 19. But he bought largely, I started buying, like, weird books he loved, like Him and Blurred Without Favor are very similar creators. They both like mainly black comic book characters. Even though Eric July's like favorite was Flash, believe it or not, he didn't like the Bat Family. By the way, he got arguments at the comment sections over that. But the concept is right. He bought like right up till the international, like the last series he bought was Intergalactic Wakanda. I'm like, that kind of fell off to me. Like Marvel Comics to me fell off around 18 or 19 officially, because I couldn't relate to any of the stories. Like, no one wants to see Amazing Spider-Man. Like, Ultimate Spider-Man is kind of a breath of fresh air from AMS. But, like, whatever happened to comics around Comicsgate leading into it. Like, I called a couple of years ago they were going to destroy Batman and Superman. I just called it. I'm like, they're waiting to destroy Batman and Superman.
What does that mean?
They're just waiting. They could not legit deconstruct Batman at a certain point because DC wouldn't let them. But then you get to around Joker War, you get to the events afterwards, you can start deconstructing him.
Well, what's very silly with Batman right now is where the writers want to do this thing where they're like, he is not ultra wealthy, he's just kind of wealthy, right?
Are you talking about? I haven't read any of Absolute yet.
No, but that's kind of it. That's kind of in the same vein where it's like, no, Batman's not wealthy anymore. It's fucking, it's irrelevant,
well,
right?
You're talking about like Joker War in the wake of it, like the Bruce's billions went away, and then Catwoman divorced. He's not getting married to him. You have to break him down. You have to take Superman. You have to, like, I think it was weird because everyone knows the run with like his son, bisexual son, basically getting with like an Asian twink, right? Like that run, they quickly had to reverse it because Superman got his ass beat and he was a prisoner of Warworld or something.
No, the plan was always to have.
God.
The plan was always to have Clark come back as Superman. You're kidding yourself if you thought that was not going to happen.
No, I knew it was going to happen, but it's like, but you also can't just have him saddle up with a gay twink and look weird as hell and then pander to people. It's like, I think I asked Eric at one point, right? Eric said, DC Pride sold out. Do you know I went to the stores in my area that I knew and I could get variants of all those comics?
Mm-hmm.
And he said they were sold out. And I'm like, they're not selling. So I don't know who's buying them. But Eric did his thing, right? You know, I don't know how much you know because you've defended Eric before.
You're talking about DJ Eric.
DJ
not Eric July.
Yeah, DJ Eric. He always touts, I'm going to buy gay comics. But he goes, but I'm not going to buy all 6 covers.
Mm-hmm.
You think I bought all 6 fucking limited covers?
Why? Why on earth would you do that?
I just did that. I went to have that. Just for DC
Pride. DC Pride.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Well, they were cheap. What wasn't that bad. I just did it because it's funny. Could keep it as a fucking I keep it as funny
Okay.
because I can own the gay people. Like DJ Eric couldn't even go out and find them. I'm
Mhm.
just like, so if they're sold out, right? I think it's like 5 covers or so. I'm like, can you imagine? He doesn't buy comics, and we can go back to like when you think of people in media, whether it's nerd or erotic. Like when I see people cover comics as well, either A, they don't care about it, or they're doing a Star Wars show, like Acolyte. They don't know nothing of the lore. Like I'll admit parts of Acolyte. Look, Acolyte was free real estate. Do you know all you have to do for Star Wars fans is tell a half-ass story? And they'll like it. No offense, Star
I
Wars fans. All you gotta
yeah, I
tell
agree.
is a half-ass story.
hmm
They couldn't do it.
hmm
High Republic was free real estate.
hmm
It was their last hope.
Well, High Republic was like it was like a brains trust, an idea tank to develop stories for Star Wars, right? They had Charles Soule and stuff like that. The whole point of that was to create new characters, a new setting for Star Wars mythology, and they should have
That was the
adopted it.
one Brie Larson was supposed to have a role in.
hmm
But why would you move forward, right? Like, and I don't think companies learn why something has failed, why something is good. Why do people embrace Deadpool and Wolverine, but shun another Marvel product? But they like WandaVision and Loki, but they
Why?
don't embrace Hawkeye.
Well, WandaVision was the first show on Disney Plus, right? That's why
Mhm.
WandaVision was generated interest. People went to see Wolverine and Deadpool because Hugh Jackman came back as Wolverine, right? People didn't go see Hawkeye because Disney Plus had ruined the brand of Marvel on Disney Plus by then.
I mean, what if is iffy?
Yeah, look, there's things on there that I like, but I think they have ruined their brand.
Yeah, he just ruins it, just storytelling. It's not even the woke elements. It's not even like the progressive elements. It's just like, do I want to see a what if universe where it's Captain Carter? You can use anything in what if.
I didn't have a problem with the Captain Carter thing. I thought she was an
It was an
interesting character.
interesting take, right? It's an interesting.
But there's an extra element where it's not like the comics, where it's purely about the character. It's also about the actor, and I think people love Haley Atwell, so that's why she got that What
See,
If series.
see, and there's the weird thing, right? When you look at what was slated from Marvel, like what is Marvel's current slate, right? Like what? Loki, like
See,
like
Matt, we got to wrap up in 20 minutes.
fine. But I also want to bring up to you, I guess, close on the idea. Why do you think video games are? Why do you think people don't learn from when something sells or video games sells? Like, look at Black Myth Wukong or Space Marine, right?
What about it?
Like, clearly, right? You get what I'm saying. It's why do you think Space Marine 2 did well?
I have no idea. I haven't played the game.
Say anything what? Some people like a classic shooter where there's nothing there. All it is couch co-op like Halo. Go blow stuff away. Black Myth Wukong. There's nothing in it except the story.
Well,
You have Helldivers. You have Helldivers. I don't
Black
think
Myth is a totally different thing because it's based on like one of the most beloved sets of mythology in the world.
Mhm.
So there's going to be interest in that.
So when you look at something like that in gaming, let's go into films. Do you think the next Captain America is good or bad? Like, I don't think Hydra Cap, the idea they're going to even do it good. God forbid if they do it.
They're not doing Hydra Cap.
Oh, God. Thank God. I actually saw Dane talk about Hydra Cap. He's like, I'm like, oh, but then again, that whole story, like when you look at stuff, right? Look at Helldivers. Helldivers was successful right up until the moderator screwed that game over. Why didn't they learn from what made them good? Like, how many series do you need to see fail before you do it? Disney can't keep afford losing money. You would agree on that. I mean, no matter how much you can write off,
Disney can afford to lose a lot more.
I don't know if that can be the case. It's not just Disney.
It's you know this Concorde thing where people are like, Concorde cost $400 million to develop, right? Where did all this money go? Where did this money go, dude? Sony turned over 130 billion in 2023. Do you think they give a fuck if a game costs 400 million?
I think that's peanuts. I mean, bear in mind they bought Destiny 2, but like $1 billion of that was like, I think $1.5 billion was that just to keep them afloat. Like, that money ran out. Destiny 2 got into trouble. But like the thing about Concorde and Dustborn was entirely dead on arrival.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that game was going to make its money back.
Well,
Like,
because it's in a market that already has that genre of game. It's probably about 5 years too late, right?
a hero shooter, Concorde's up against the thing of a hero shooter, generic, Dustborn looks.
I don't even know what Dustborn is. I don't know.
I don't even know how to describe it. I watched Arch play it. It's like progressive.
Is it an indie game?
It's like an indie progressive game out of Norway where you have like two black Muslim women. They celebrate a fat woman. There's this tentacle god. Oh God, I can't even, like, the game itself is like supposed to be satire on stuff, and there's super Mormons. So like when you look at like a game, right? Someone said that's a good game. That's fine. And the thing about Sweet Baby Inc., right? That's
straight. Wait. Was Dustborn an indie developer?
I think it was an indie. Yeah, it was indie, but it was backed.
Indies make tons of weird shit. Like, what's the point of like singling out Dustborn?
I think it was because like Westborn, Metacritic. I think it was because they thought it was going to be a really good game. Right, in Sony, it was done in Unity Engine. Right.
Well, I think sometimes a company wants to promote something as purely a piece of art, and it sounds like this Dustborn thing is like.
Actually, it was published by Quantum Dreams.
I don't know what that is.
Mm, they did Nomad Soul, Fahrenheit, Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, Detroit Becomes Human.
Okay. So the publisher had faith in the product as a piece of art.
Then they put it in there. So, like, why is it that you think it's not that progressive or woke media is failing? Do you think it's just when you look at something like Doctor Who, was Doctor Who, they didn't learn? Like, do you need to lose 64% of your audience by the third episode? Like, I have a normie person who's never watched Rings of Power. Dumped her off. We were just watching it. She's like, "What is this series? It's awful. $1 billion.
Sucks.
You can't even." Okay, you know what's funny? Gilgalad, High King Gilgalad. They actually got a rubber sword. There's a scene. It's half hanging out of a scabbard because they can't fit it in the scabbard. It's like obvious production errors.
Look,
Obviously not. Lord
Rings
the-
of Power looks good. It was just boring.
This is boring.
I don't think you can really shit on the production of Rings of Power.
Well, cost.
Also, I personally can't stand Lord of the Rings. I think it's very boring. So I was never gonna like that show.
Now, do you think? So do you think it's a show? If a show does something like that they do not Gandalf, not Tom Bombadil, that's tolerable?
I don't know what that question was.
So there's a Gandalf in the show. There's
Yeah.
a Sauron in the show.
Yeah.
No, Sauron. Sorry. Apparently, 3,000 years too early, the wizard starts showing up. All the rings of power have been forged except the last ring.
Yeah.
Well, and then the guy committed to 5 seasons. Now,
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that they committed to 5 seasons for sure.
Do you think it's like, well, I guess when you're Bezos, you have fuck you money.
Yeah, again, it's just like a drop in the bucket. Like, he doesn't care.
Now, the big thing, too, Disney's getting sued. They got like 4 class action lawsuits.
By who?
One of them is over their hiring practice. At one point, they were literally hiring only DEI or like underqualified / people who fit a criteria. They got busted over it. There's like a female like discrimination lawsuit from a female union. Yeah, they have like 4 class action lawsuits against them right now.
All right, let me ask you this, Tia Max. Slightly a change of topic. What art form has not been improved by progressive people? What art form has not been elevated by progressives?
Nothing. Most of them, I think, it all degrades over time.
It all degrades.
I think
So
you want the actual.
think about like, do you like Star Wars? Do you know Star Trek?
Did
You did, right?
the
Think
thing
about
is did
Star Trek, the original series, right? What
You
did
can't.
Star Trek, the original series, do for sci-fi on television?
I think
And like the 1
you
hour
can't
drama.
you can't compare futurism to liberalism and progressivism. I think
No,
that
no,
is
no,
two
no, no,
distinct
no, no,
differences.
no, no. Was Star Trek a good thing for television?
Bear in mind, TOS came out in a weird series and then got canceled.
Anyway, Star Trek, like, it had the first kiss between a white man and a black woman broadcast on American television.
Yes,
right?
it did.
That was one of the most progressive acts in television history. Right?
You could
Do you not think?
argue.
Do you
You
not
could
think
argue.
Star Trek is good?
You
Do you
could
not think?
argue. You could argue. Okay, here's where I'll give you credit. When you actually talk, I wouldn't call those progressive shows. I call them either idealistic or futuristic, right?
Well, dude, I'm telling you, at the time, the Kirk, what was her name? Anyway, the interracial kiss was 100% a progressive political act. Right?
Well, here's
There's
here's the
no
thing.
interpreting
You
that
look at
kiss as
you look at
anything
the
other than
guy. You look at the guy who made the art.
made the art.
You gotta look at the man who made the work.
Okay, Gene Roddenberry. Yeah.
It's kind of like, I don't know how much you know about Orwell later in his life.
Yep.
Orwell later in his life, right? Even though he was like socialistic or communistic leaning, changed later on. Like he realized it wasn't what it was. Like Gene Roddenberry is a prime example of Rod Sterling, who did Twilight Zone. Those were both monumental pieces in the time. When he had his hand in the creation of it, I mean, you could see it like right up until Andromeda. I don't know if you ever watched that.
You talking about Gene Roddenberry or Sterling now?
Well, I'm talking Gene Roddenberry. You could see him in his
Yeah.
creation right up
Yeah.
until Andromeda.
Yeah.
You could see it because
Yeah.
the daughter carried on the legacy. Like
Okay.
you had Henson. Twilight Zone was able to tell different stories as well. But Rod
Yeah.
Sterling wanted to tell stuff from the side. Star Trek was always about futurism. Even though half the people in TNG, when they relaunched it after the films with Kirk in going into the Next Generation, about 10 years later, turned out to be crazy, progressive, or liberal people. I guarantee if you ask people what would become of the Reading Rainbow, I think only 2 of the actors are still sane.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know about. You don't know about.
What's your closing comment? Because
See, I don't think, right? I think this is where we're going to disagree. I think of your artistic vision. When it comes to government, I don't think you see it. I think you miss the forest from the trees. See, what you see is harmless. I don't. I see destruction of whatever they touch. This is probably fundamentally because what's the famous part of the quote Tolkien said? Evil cannot create, can only destroy. But
That's
when I
not
look
true. Because I just gave you this Star Trek example.
but that's futurism. That's futurism.
It was a progressive political act at the time.
Futurism. Just
Hear
because
that.
he did
At the
that,
time, it wasn't futurism.
that's not
It was
progressive.
a black and white woman. It was a black man. It was a white man and a black woman kissing. It wasn't futurism. Right? Think about that. Right? Think about how shocking that would have been.
He's writing things. You forget Night of the original Night of the Living Dead, one of the main characters was black. Strangely enough. Forget that. It wasn't like a massive time either. You were in civil rights era. Look, that's not progressive. That's not a good example.
You don't think interracial kiss for the first time in the history of American television was progressive?
I highly doubt. I'm not thinking. I think you could have pushed boundaries at some point.
They did.
Look, TV is a different story, right? What you can get away with is too different. Because you got to look at it. In media, like in politics, is different. Like, what you call, I wouldn't call that progressive. I call that more futuristic. Because sci fi futurism is different than what you think is progressivism. It's kind of like the classic debate. If I asked you this, do you think,
Tiamat, I agree that there's this futurism aspect to it,
yeah, it's always was, it isn't the
right?
only show in
But
its genre to
but
do it.
by having Kirk and that woman kiss, they are saying even in the future, this is
That's
such a non
ridiculous.
inconsequential thing that it's laughable, right?
Do you know why
They
in
said
Star
that as a
do you know
political act
why in Star Trek, even though it is addressed later on, do you know why when in the voyage home they go back in time? They don't
why.
understand the past.
Well, they wanted to do a cheaper movie. That's the main reason why they did that.
Well, do you know why every time the 24th century goes back in time, they don't ever understand the past?
Because the modern Star Trek world doesn't have money.
It's not because there's no money. There might be money, but that's one thing I've always liked to see if there is actually like how the Federation actually works. Because sometimes it's a miracle the Federation's alive at all. But the world was rebuilt after basically an apocalypse.
Yeah, the eugenics war, right?
Not just that, World War III, the eugenics wars. Uh, they have no semblance of what old. So it's kind of like when they go back in time. The reason why I say it's idealistic futurism, because he was probably largely inspired like Brave New World, right? Like they know what in Brave New World and stuff like that, they know what the past was like, what a weird independent thinker would do. It's something you should read if you've never see it or see it. Anything on Brave New World. They it's in Star Trek as well.
But
They
Brave New Worlds was not a positive comment on those social settings, right?
I mean to be fair, it's like yeah,
Everyone in the
we
Brave New World was like drugged up to the gills on whatever drug they were all drinking,
or
right?
clones because they know
Yeah.
like the concept of like you gotta
All right,
understand.
Tiamat, you got to finish because I'm about to fall asleep.
I know. You say I'll say this. Think about it. What you think is futurism is in progressivism.
I disagree.
Because if you don't understand it, he's trying to write something that transcends all idea. Because they aren't communist. They aren't that. They are idealistic.
Hmm.
That's actually a theme that runs in the Federation. That's why half the time they get their ass kicked in war. But that
Hmm.
is a separate matter. But when you look at Star Wars, you can't say like because it's meant to be an idealistic world. I mean,
Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Trek is meant to be art is meant to be an idealistic future.
Mhm.
That is what the art form that was lost by the time they got to Discovery. They lost the element that made Star Trek. They kind of found it with Strange New Worlds. Kind of. But ain't gonna happen. But anyway,
Okay.
that's where I guess I disagree because what you view as it, I view it as a destructive force. Because whatever I think most of they touch, they don't know how to write a story. Because if you take it from an idealistic creation, Edward, to a person and follow it to its conclusion, it always destroys whatever it touches. They don't know how to write a story. They're always going to include some intersectionality. And you can go look. You use Star Trek as an example. Half those people are borderline crazy people at this point. Patrick Stewart's the same way. Do you know Patrick Stewart is to blame as much for Picard as the directors? No one would have envisioned the guy, as you brought up before about Doctor Who. Doctor Who brought Moffat back. Not Moffat, but the original guy back. He butchered his own creation. Patrick Stewart is Captain Picard. Picard, he willingly signed off on making Star Trek universe dystopian. You know that, right? Think about it. That's not progressive. But also, progressives have this weird double standard. They don't see the racism in their own actions. You know that, right? Think about it. They don't. They don't see the consequences of their own actions. That's what I see in you.
All right, I really got to go now.
I know.
See you later, dude.
See you.
Bye.
It went better than I thought. He doesn't see his own actions, though. If you could cherry pick an example, I wouldn't cherry pick Star Trek. Futurism is its own. Sci-fi futurism is its own genre. Battlestar Galactica. Jesus, Buck Rogers. You can go down the list. It wasn't as revolutionary as you think. People pushed boundaries. The question is what were you allowed to do? You could do it, but I wouldn't call it progressive. I would call it a weird chance with a future. Bear in mind, the first TOS was originally canceled. It wasn't considered it was considered a marginal success, I believe. Well, then again, what's a marginal success? I mean, Addams Family and Munsters came out within the same. But hell, they got canceled after 60 episodes. And Grounded, I'll have to address your stuff. Like, yeah, Kill the Justice League is a weird story, by the way. Because he doesn't game, so he doesn't understand it. A deconstruction of the franchise is weird. Like, I liked Gotham Knights, believe it or not. But you couldn't get me in to Kill the Justice League. I had to Kill the Justice League on my list right up until 3 months before. Yeah, see, Gotham Knights, right? Now, I don't like the one save system. That fucked me over. I lost 200 hours. By the way. Yeah, I wasn't going to get all those guns back. I was like, fuck. So, like, Kill the Justice League was a good... It's a concept, but not as an Arkham game. If you didn't say it was an Arkham game, it would have been better. See, he can't relate to gaming or stuff like that. He can kind of relate to some media, but like Black Myth Wukong, right? But that's not what made it good. It's not about the tale, right? It's a solid game in storytelling. The developers went in, said to the creators, no politics, or else you weren't getting a review copy. It's a solid ARPG. I need to finish my second run, and you'll get about 4 runs out of the game. Okay? 4 runs. Because of New Game Plus. Because you fill out your relics. So, it's like Dragon Age Veilguard. That's what I asked them, like Dragon Age Veilguard, like gaming. It's like Dragon Age Veilguard is a step down. Someone says it's good. I don't see it as that. What is that? People, I haven't even touched upon that. I don't even, you know what it is? I don't even want to talk to. I have a friend talking about it. Like, I have a friend who wants to get Dragon Age Veilguard. The stuff, like, okay, I had to explain, I think it was Sparkles, about it just looks like Californians in space. Or Californians in fantasy. Like, if I'm told by a developer, I can't control my companions, and your UI looks like dog shit. Why do I want that? Like, do you know what's funny about Dragon Age Veilguard? Right? They toned down the graphics. It looks like something that's to show people. It looks weird. Dragon Age Veilguard, right? Look at this. This is the current. This is the old game. Tell me what you see. Right? Go back to the old game. The Quinari, right? They're going to be very different from this game to the other. I'm assuming they were in Inquisition, this, Origins, Inquisition, Dragon Age 2. Right? I really don't acknowledge anything after Dragon Age 2. It's not a real thing. You can look at it. Just, the game doesn't look appetizing. There's just something about it. The engine looks downgraded. What they're doing, right, is it looks like basically Californians in fantasy. That's just, look. Okay, so take these characters, put the filter on them with your face. You'll get these characters. They look generic. It's not a good game. I've seen the creator. It's not what it was. I see a lot of people trying to do it. It just looks not good. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. I'm surprised it's getting 2 seasons. I actually can check that too. Like Concord, right? Like, he doesn't understand why Concord. Yeah, Sony knew they dropped 400,000 on it. They dropped 400,000 on a live service. Huh. 3 then killed, I guess. Was it getting 3 seasons? So they're going to at least fund it a year before they pull the plug? Let me see. Really? Hey. That conversation wasn't as bad. I just still think certain people, I just think he doesn't get things. Like, it's like they don't realize 140. Jesus. I didn't know about Deadshot's daughter. Dear Lord. Well, it's kind of like Bungie. What's funny is what he forgot to mention is he doesn't understand. Sony didn't have liquid assets. Xbox has liquid assets. Believe it or not. They act like Sony has money. Sony doesn't have liquid assets. So they couldn't throw around. So, like, they bought Bungie with the hopes that it would turn them around. But what's funny, if you think about how Bungie was running with Destiny 2 prior up to their acquisition, like 1.2 billion of the sale was just to keep stuff funded. And that lasted 6 to 8 months. And when those funds ran out, the game is fucked. They were screwed. And they were brought in as Sony's ticket into open world. Just as now, Star Wars Outlaws is an interesting, not success, but okay game. It was done by Massive because Massive is known for the Division franchise, but they got swelled to about 750 employees. They lost their original CEO prior to the sales. Not the sale of it, but when he got the employees, right, they've been in charge of every open world games. Yeah, Star Wars Outlaws is not a totally shitty game. It's good. I agree with you, Grounded. Like, but we all knew, like, once Destiny 2, the Lightfall story happened, not Lightfall, but a Final Shape, the game was done. Like, you can't pay me to play that game in seasons. They're missing the mark. I'm sorry, I can't see it. I can't see that game. I mean, and they got Marathon coming out. See, Star Wars Outlaws is good. It's a good game to a point. The only thing I've heard about it that's negative in light is it has the Ubisoft storytelling. 90%. It's the Ubisoft storytelling. It's world building over plot. You mean the dev team? You mean this shit? You mean quite literally? The game is never gonna come out. Well, okay, here's the problem, right? Like, Jesus. Like, I think this game seems so cringe, right? I mean, Arch did his video. I don't think they can. I just don't think they can do it, right? I just don't think they can do it. Alex Skidmore. I just don't think it can work. Like, you need to give the people room to breathe. I mean, so supposedly, I guess this is gameplay. Maybe not. No, this isn't Masquerade, right? This is Blood Hunt. Oh, good God. See, Bloodlines, right? The problem is you're trying to follow up a game that's dark. I don't know if you can do that. I don't think they're going. Oh, God. That character model looks awful. Like, that character model. Like, it might be good, but we need to see it. But I think the only game that's coming out this year right that is left this year is Diablo 4. It's the last game I have. It's going to be a very boring winter. It's going to be very. I actually need to do. I haven't done the new. Like, this is supposed to, like, be really good ish, right? The trailer, I think this is the official trailer now. Like, the going into it. And, like, we don't know the story with Hinatu. Natu is going to be like the size of Skosglen, I think. I'll be honest with you. Like, the Spiritborn class, I don't dig it. And see, but this looks like what they're going to do. They're just going to take Diablo 4 give us an expansion and give us basically you mean co-op horde mode 1000. So, like, this is the only other one that I'm happy about. And it's the only other game that I have on my radar. I'm fully expecting, like, it to be actually, what is the theme music? So the theme doesn't work. Ugh. Yeah, that music doesn't fit that trailer. But we're supposed to be getting a lot of gameplay. Tender and Blood. Tender and Blood. Really? I don't really have a lot of time for games. My winter is probably going to be... Oh, you're talking about... Oh, you mean you're talking about Bloodlines 2? See... I don't know if that's going to work. The problem with that game is going to be weird. Yeah, see, this is why I'm not excited for Veilguard. That's why I'm not excited. This is the game. The game looks not good. Yeah. It looks like a god-awful game. Like, I cannot tell you. Like, if you're going to tell me I can't control my own companions... So this is actually the latest. But yeah, no, Bloodlines is going to be too controversial. The first game was pretty risque. Like, this is actual gameplay. I don't know. It just does not dig it. I don't dig it at all. Like, if this is for people, I'll give you that. So you see how you don't control your companions? It's just you? They don't trust you to control your own companions. I can't get behind it. So I take it back, right? I guess you can control your companions, but that is going to be putting a lot on the AI. But I just can't get past the graphics. Oh, well. I wish you luck. Skill up. Don't get burned by it. He will. He's gonna get burned by it. One. A blood for trade. Oh, you could go back and look at like a lot of these. Eh. I mean, it's a good concept, but I mean, when you look at like Dragon Age, right? The reason why Concord, like, I was wanting Flintlock Siege at Dawn to be good, but right. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. They're only going to get seasonal content. Now, I will say this, though, that I need to touch upon, right? Flintlock Siege at Dawn was iffy because it's an action RPG, but it can't suck. Indeed, I can see why. Like, I haven't touched upon the. This is funny, right here. I may have to look into this. Why? See, I need to do research into this. Right here. This here is the Ghost of Tsushima, right? Sequel. Now, what's funny is it looks like Ghost of Tsushima. It looks like they understand it, right? I guessing it's not that the issue is the mountain is a female like spirit or like has a so you would have another like a female protagonist. It's just they got an absolute banger for a main actress. You know? They got a banger for one, I'll tell you. She's a firecracker to the millionth degree. The dialogue is right. You see, the dialogue is right. The dialogue is correct. Like, the dialogue is correct. The setting is correct. but they can't screw the game up. Because the VA is awful. The VA for her is an absolute activist. Because it's not like the first Ghost of Tsushima didn't have quote unquote a girl boss issue. Like there's a couple of characters, but they have a director that's has a pride flag shirt, then they got the voice actor. But apparently, this is the same voice actor that did Sector and a bunch of other stuff. Like she worked as Sector. See, at least 3 or 4 different things. Now, I don't know if being tried to set to Mortal Kombat 1, but she also made a tweet about punching a guy who interrupted her in a game bar. So, take it for what it's worth. She is a hell of a piece of work. Her name is Erica Isham. She's getting a lot of she is a piece of work. 37 is no kids. Voice actor, and she does American voice actor, Japanese. I guess she worked. In an interview, she stated that playing Last of Us inspired her. Oh, God. Oh, God. She was told to hide her stuff. She was told to hide her sexuality in Apex Legends. She worked to Walk Among Us in 20 on a World of Darkness book. She is that, the sequel. Let's see. She did a Mobile Suit Gundam, Crisis on Infinite Earths, Dr. Light, Huntress of Earth 2, Television Young Justice, Master X Master, Deadlock, Fire Emblem Heroes. Huh? Fallout 76, Shinmu, She's Anna Bray's actress? Oh, God. Ghost Sector. Yeah. Oh, God. She's the Anna Bray actress, right? When they replaced her. Oh, God. Well, she'll do okay. Yeah, we'll see here. I gotta go to bed too. I'm gonna be getting off. I'm tired as well. Yeah, see, I need to do some research into this and cover this. This could go tits up horribly. Part of the phrase. But anyways, didn't go as bad. It's also 4 a.m. Australian time. Ugh. But yeah, she's a interesting person. So, but I went to go to sleep. Be fine. Might stream something later. You know what? I got my character to 92 or 93. I just leveled my character. Diablo 4. Let's see what I'll do with it. Out. But I am probably going to go lay down and sleep. But I do have stuff I have to do. Ugh. But anyways, I will catch people later.